Hello, everybody. Welcome into the Apples Ginos Fantasy Hockey Podcast. I'm not going to do the whole intro today. It's just a live stream. Just getting into it. Hope everybody is enjoying their Sunday, enjoying this weather. Hopefully, you're getting the weather we're getting. It's tremendous. As you might be able to see, we've got 2.5 minutes until game time here. And I guess I could take a moment and go over a little bit of what this format entails. This is an auction draft, so that is something different and pretty fun, to be honest. I really enjoy having the auction draft here. I guess I could just bring over the rules briefly. So scoring. We've got goals at 4.5, assists 3, shots on goal 0.5, blocks 0.5, hits 0.25, shorthanded points 2. Wins are 3 for a goaltender, 0.3 for saves, minus 1.5 for goals against, and shutouts are 3. The tier 1 here is a 16-team league, so it's a little bit different in that regard. 2 center, 2 left wing, 2 right wing, 4 D, 2 skater or utility spots, 2 goalies, 4 bench spots. We're going to be drafting for all of that today. Last year we drafted for 14 roster spots and then did a 4-round fast draft or slow draft, I guess, afterwards. But this year, because we're drafting so close to the start of the season, we're doing it all within the auction, which I do think actually does have some impact. I don't think it's an insane amount of impact, but there is some. So that's something to keep in mind, I guess. Good luck, everyone. Don't take my key eyes. That's from Jordan. Jordan's been in Tier 1 a long time. So I believe, I honestly didn't go back to verify that this is true, but I believe that we have 6 returning managers from last year. Let's see if I can name who they are. Nolan, who's a member of the Apples and Ginos Discord, also a member of APL Tier 1, is back from last year. We have Nimmer back from last year, also member of Tier 1 APL. Jordan is back from last year, and I'm struggling to remember who else, but I believe there's only 6 of us. I'm back from last year. That's 4. Who else is returning? Maybe the names are changed from last year. Nothing's striking up. Maybe Frank de Grunk. I'd have to go back and look at the managers from last year, but Seabass, who's in Tier 1 APL, first year in here. Popey. I've actually not asked him how he pronounces that, but also in Tier 1. Also helped us out with some of the player evaluation tool changes we made this year. Cale Makar is the first nominated by Nolan. You can see over here just above where I am on the screen the bids. So right away he's bid up. It might be interesting to see. You can see the timer up top, and once that runs out, then somebody will have the player. It'd be interesting to see if people go light in the early going or if people go heavy in the early going. Usually it swings a little bit one direction or another, where people are a little overzealous in the early going or a little underzealous. So one of the two ways. I think we'll get us healthy bid in on Makar here. I don't think I need to jump into here. We'll see where he ends up. Yeah, as long as he's getting into the 60s, that makes sense according to my projected values. So yeah, I've built my own projected values. It's basically based on a few things, I guess, actually. Fantasy points per game played over expectation. So versus a starting line player in this league, the worst starting player on a roster in this league. And I established that based on some baselines from last year. So based on that, I kind of built value over replacement using my projections. And then starting with that value, I also constructed a dollar per fantasy point number. And that's based on Yeah, that's based on the difference between the top end to the bottom end, and that kind of works itself out to a dollar value. And then I include the positional weightings, and I also include the off nights. So those things all factor into it for me there. So Kale McCarr went for $66. I'll enter that into my sheet and get him off the board. Dryside will probably go for similar. You will see most likely dollar values get somewhat similar to what general ADP is. So obviously Draisaitl and Makar go in a somewhat similar spot, and you'll probably see a somewhat similar dollar value on these players in this draft. It is a little bit of an interesting wrinkle because I know a lot of people will look at the results from last year, which was also a 16-team draft, and they will try to directly transfer, this is how much you should expect to pay for like McKinnon, for example, because he should be relatively similarly ranked as last year. But I don't think that's actually as true this year because of the extra 4 rounds. And yeah, maybe everybody only has $1 left at the end. But even if everybody only has $1 left at the end, that's $4 times, what did that go for? 68? Yeah. That's still $4 times 16 teams. That's $64 that cannot be used on other players. So there is a little bit of a difference there. I don't think it's going to necessarily change a whole lot for the top end, but there will be a little bit more a crunch on the middle class, I think, here. Which will be interesting to monitor as we go. I'm just going to get this sorted for myself so that I don't have to think about that, and it'll come off who I want, even if it's really hard in this actually to know when you're up to queue. Like the only indication is this little green thing that's highlighting. You see it on Mr. Halsey here. And if you're not the one actively, like if you're not paying attention, if you've got the draft sounds turned off, then you will actually have no idea that you're on. So you actually just have to pay attention as it comes across. And with 16 teams, like you only come up once in a blue moon, it feels like. So it takes forever, and it's easy to forget that you're up to nom. So I try to keep myself a queue just in case I forget. It's a very small micro edge to nominate the player that you want nominated, I think. But it is somewhat of an edge. McDavid goes for 81. Last year he went for 86. So a bit of a haircut there. But I think there should be a little bit of a haircut there because there's more players that we need to spread this money around to. McKinnon last year went for 87 for those watching at home. If you're interested to see and just kind of compare the views of these players versus last year, obviously a lot of players do change year to year in terms of how they might be viewed and how they might be bid up. But you figure McKinnon and McDavid kind of been locked in 1-2 for a long time. They will probably not be too far off of what they were last year. Although we might get a spot where you still need to have 2 people willing to tango for them to get bid up that far, right? So there is a little bit of an example here. Yeah, I was going to say, if no one's going to bid this, then I will have to. I don't want to. We got to price in Forrest McKinnon at least reaching McDavid numbers. He might go for the exact same amount. That'd be kind of... Okay, so we want it goes over. He should go a little bit over. But yeah. Some questions we're getting. Do you usually target a specific round 1 player or just as you go? No, I have quote unquote targets, I guess, just players that I think I will be higher on, but I am really trusting my own values to determine who I will get. So I just kind of look at what I think the player should go for, and then if it seems like bidding is kind of petering out on that player and it's still well below where I think they should go, then I will jump in at that point. Tom Wilson is a fun one, just a random. Sakerson, getting froggy with it. I don't mind it. This could be an interesting spot where he could go for cheap relative to what he should go for, according to my sheet. But it's still a spot where you don't want to overpay. You don't want to be the guy who overpaid and then you end up getting down there and you see that all the other players that you had ranked similarly went for much cheaper. So it could be a spot for some value, but it also could be a spot where it looks like value on the sheet, but if people spend up on the early players, on the top end talent, if they actually spend over your expectation there, you actually end up with a lot less down here. So this is actually pretty good value still, according to my sheet. I think I want to, yeah, it's still getting bid up a little bit here. I think he should get to 20 at the least. It's just, it is a fun player to nominate because it does kind of put you in a bind. Like, how much do you really want to attach yourself to Tom Wilson? It's a good value in theory, but is it a good value by the time you kind of get down to that area of the draft and you see like like more than likely there will be at least one other player that I have ranked very similarly to Tom Wilson that will go for less than this, right? And so even though Tom Wilson at $21, for reference, I had him at $27.83. Oh, sorry, that was Holloway. Wilson, I had at 27.77. So for reference, I had Wilson ranked as higher than this in my dollars, but I didn't. I didn't bid on him because I think that this is kind of a tier of player, and I think that I will get better value on a similar player, like a player that will score the same amount of fantasy points, basically, or be at least very similarly valued to me. I think that that player will. I'll just find another Tom Wilson that will be cheaper, basically, is what I'm trying to say. That was a very roundabout way of saying it, but Hellebuck is not somebody I'm going to be bidding on, so I'll let that happen. Lost Ones is in here. Hello. Never watched an auction draft. Interesting. Yeah, it is a really fun format. I really enjoy it. What's the budget? 260. 260. You can kind of see it up here. I don't know how visible it really is, but that's the budget. Gotta toss some randoms up, get people spending. Yeah, we'll get people in there. Hellebuck goes for, what was it, 25? 26. 26. Actually, I do have what he went for last year. We can figure that one out. He went for, where is he? Mr. Hellebuck, where are you? Shesterkin went for 30 last year. Hellebuck went for 26, so the exact same. We get Pedersen, which is an interesting pull. Going a little bit further down the list, obviously. Center left wing over on Yahoo. Actually, that's a good point. Is he not showing? Yeah, Fantrax. Is it showing the Yahoo eligibilities? It might not be. Pedersen went for 32, which is right around where I had him, but not a value enough to really tempt me to get in on that. Still lots to come. Pasternak, okay. Yeah, I want to kind of get this top tier off and just see where that goes. Thankfully, we've got a couple people just kind of bidding the minimum to get them up there, like to the $50 level, and say, okay, guys, now just go ahead. Who's bidding on this? Jordan and Seabass. Poppy jumping in there. Jordan looking to be a Pasternak fan this year. This is actually already over my Projection. My dollar value, I guess, not my projection. Armin asks, how much fab would you throw to get Drysdale from free agency? $0. I just don't believe in Drysdale, man. I feel like we would have seen it by now. I've nominated Troy Terry first overall if I was auction drafting with Nate. That might be the best strategy I've heard in auction drafting against me specifically. Should I trade Theodore with Power Play 1 talks? If you can find somebody who values him at the high end there, then yeah, I don't mind it. But yeah, here goes Matthews. I think that it's nearly 50-50 in my mind that Theodore comes off for Dorofeyev, and over the course of the year, yeah, I just think it's really up in the air what we get. I think Matthews will still get bid up pretty high by this group. He's always going to show it well in projections and specifically couple scoring format. What did Draisaitl go for? 68. We're already at 69. Yeah, 70. Yep. I think that's like Draisaitl and Matthews came out within the same dollar for me. So getting up there, 72. 73. How high can we go? Get most of the top tier off here. Still got a couple names. We got the Kucherovs, the Kaprizovs, Jack Hughes, Brady Tkachuk. Then you're kind of into the D, Werenski and Hughes, which will be very interesting. Matthews really getting bid up here. I thought he might be down from this. It looks like we are going to get some spending a little bit higher than my sheet. So overall, yeah, everybody's gone. The only one who went under at all, and that was by less than $1, was Cale Makar. So, oh yeah, Rantanen. Sorry, I just had to sneeze. Rantanen should be interesting. We'll see if my my alleged hatred of Mikko Rantanen keeps his price down at all. I doubt it, but we'll see. There are a lot of A&Gers in this. A lot of people from the APL. Tier 1. As I mentioned, Seabass, Nimmer, Nolan, Poppy. Lots of us in here. Rantanen's getting bid up. I think he'll go in the 50s, which would be great for me. I'm not valuing him near there, so if we get him up there, it just takes more money off the board that I wasn't going to spend. You want to see a pretty wide range around your numbers. Like, some people get freaked out if people are bidding very different from their numbers. But as long as you've built your projected dollar values the correct way, then you will find values, and you just have to be on those values. And I'm pretty sure I've got a few names kind of highlighted already, at least mentally, where I'm like, I'm pretty sure I'm going to be quite high on this player relative to everybody else. And so, yeah, I just think that's a spot where I'll be grabbing a player that nobody else is going to be super heavy on. Rantanen ends up going for 55. I have him for 35 in the sheet, so that's huge. Take an extra $20 off the board versus what I have as baseline. I love it. Can't be mad at that. Brandon Hagel should be good to go for day 1. Hagel is a little bit helped by this format because it doesn't matter as much if he gets power play or not. Obviously, power play helps anybody score points, but there's no power play points. no points for getting power play points, I should say, in this format. So it doesn't matter how he gets his points. It just matters if he gets them or not. So that should help him out. A little bit of left wing, right wing. Okay, let's get this bid up. Let's speed this up. I don't want to just sit out the whole time. Let's get a bid up to where he should go. Yeah, we still got lots of people in on him. He'll get there, but let's just keep it moving. What did I get him for? Okay. Thankfully, no one stepped in with a bigger number. I think I'm out. But we still got other people in, which is good. Keep them over my value. I'm happy. And yeah, I am monitoring throughout this too. Like if players consistently go above my numbers, then if there is a player that I do like super strongly believe in, then I will, maybe go over a few dollars over my value for them. If I just really feel like it's a safe play, like I have no way of really entering safety into a dollar value in my, at least as constructed here. So yeah, see, I was up for nomination and I totally missed it. So I'm just glad that I built the queue. Vasilevsky on the board. Let's get people bidding. Vasilevsky should go somewhere close to Hellebuck in that range, above $20, I would say. But we do have a lot of ANGers in this draft. So probably gonna be a little bit of a depressed goalie environment. Not gonna be as much of an edge for us there. But that might also open it up later. There might be some goaltenders that would normally go for $10 to $15 in a less ANG heavy crowd that might end up going for $3 to $5 even. And that might be a spot where I actually do pick up a goaltender. Got to stay open to all possibilities. Yep, Vasilevsky's up to 22. Should go somewhere in this range right behind Hellebuck, who went for 26. Dan asked, do you find top-end players go for higher dollar than they are valued? How do you account for that in your valuation? Some do and some don't. I still think that my valuations are different than consensus enough that I think there are some players that I will have higher and some that I'll have lower. Yeah, the way I build my sheet too, with the accounting for positionality and off nights, it's not as linear as a snake draft is in that way. And so I think if people were looking at just my raw value sheet, they'd be pretty surprised by the way that it looks. So I feel pretty confident that while maybe some of these, like the McKinnon, the McDavid, the Matthews, all went over what I have them for, Pasternak went the most over what I have him for. Even though that's happening, I just don't see that as a problem, because I'm pretty confident that there are others that will be fine. Laugh or Trocheck on power play 1, you think? The quote is that they're going to try both. I think it really just matters who gets hot, like when the power play gets hot, who's on it at that time, and then that'll kind of be the default. Kucherov will be interesting. He should go near Matthews, I would assume. 76. Got 4 different names in. 5 different names that have bid. Another name jumps in. Yeah, he's going to get up there. Yeah. I always wonder if people are like trying to play mental games like, oh, should I bid him up another? Should I bid him up another? like letting it tick down to like 2 seconds or whatever, and like pretending like, oh, that's the highest I'll go. I don't know if that's a mental thing that people do, but I always do wonder. 73 is a solid value for Kucherov. I'm slightly below that, but if you felt you had to have a Kucherov, I'm not going to fault you. Jordan gets him there. It's a good pickup. Seabass is up. Shesterkin Nom. Love to see it. How much would Hellebuck have gone for in an auction draft with 16 Nate clones? That's a good question. That is a good question. Not much, I'll tell you that. $1 per goal for Matthews. Hey, I'd be okay with that. Nominating the goalies is both good strategy and a great bet. I tend to agree. $1 for Hellebuck? Maybe. Shesterkin goes for 20, same as Ottinger. Feels about right. Marner. This will be a good one. I think we're going to get that middle class crunch that I'm talking about. I think there's enough value, like enough dollars going high here. I'm not saying this correctly. I think there's enough money coming off the board above what I had in my sheet, where I don't think that, like, I do think there'll be a lot of value in a little bit more of the middle class. Here's Kaprizov, arguably the last of the top tier. Let's see if he gets overbid as a result. Sometimes that happens. If people view a top end player as the last in a tier, they'll overbid for that player. I was gonna get in my my bid for Kaprizov since I had him last year. Last year I got him at super value. This year not gonna happen. There's a lot of people in on Kaprizov, as they well should be. Up to 72. I think this could be a little bit of that effect where 73, same as Kucherov. Yeah, I think this could be a little bit of that effect where people are like, I gotta have one of these top end guys, and they're willing to overspend, quote unquote, overspend for it. Whether or not it's an overspend is still defined on how well you're able to fill out your roster around it, yada yada. So if you're feeling confident in your ability to get value later, then it's totally fine to overspend by a few dollars. Like, would you rather $3 be the reason that you didn't get Kaprizov versus the reason that you got him? It's a valid question. Kaprizov goes for 76, which puts him in line with Matthews and the fourth highest, as tied for the third highest player on the board. McKinnon went 83, McDavid 81, Kaprizov and Matthews both for 76. Kucherov 73, Draisaitl 68, Makar 66, looking like a steal at this point. Hedman should be fun. A little banged up, but the quote is that he should be good to go. Okay, let's get this thing bit up. Well, that's not fun. Trying to reconnect. Don't do that to me. That was tense. Almost didn't get my bid in. Let's keep this bid train going. You're gonna have to do better, boys. Okay, there's multiple people in here. I don't need to bid it up. Yeah, okay. I was thinking about one last shot, but we'll let that go off. 37 is good value. Oh, we get to 38. Okay. Yeah, so again, I think it's another spot where players going a little bit higher than where I had them. Hedman I did have like exactly at 38. That's part of it too. Like you can get players at value, and like especially if they fill a positional need or something for you into the draft. You pick up two centers early, and now you're like, okay, I got to focus on wingers, and so maybe you got those two centers at really good value. That's why you ended up with those two centers, but now you got to think about filling out the rest of your lineup, and so you do end up in a spot where, yeah, you have to take a measured approach to filling out your lineup. I think this Celebrini spot could get a little hypey. Where did my slippers go? My feet are getting cold in the basement. Oh well. 35 is good value. You're not going to be mad with Celebrini at 35, I don't think. And if he pops off, you've got upside with the pick. It's a good spot. Here goes Werenski. This should be fun. See how much people really believe in what happened last year. Can he repeat? Can he stay healthy? Heard lots of questions about that. He just played the most minutes of any NHL player, but people still think he's injury prone, which makes no sense whatsoever if you stop to think about it for more than half a second. But that's a mind-boggling take if you ask me. I'm going to get him bid up. We can't let people have Werenski for free after what he did for us last year, right? We got to get him bid up here. And if we get Werenski, we're not going to be mad about that fact. That is for sure. Are we bidding? Yeah. I'm not going to be... So that's exactly where I have Werenski, and so I'll let him go there. Somebody else gets in, and now he's going higher. So I'm going to let him go. Would have been fun to have Werenski on the squad again, but that's fine. I already have Werenski in one spot in the Bangers Cats League I drafted earlier this week, or last week, I guess. Last Tuesday. Jack Eichel should be an interesting one. Been going around the 1-2 turn. Should get bid up pretty solidly here. Do auction drafts also suffer from D runs? They can, I guess, if people keep nominating them, but I think they're less prone to that because people try to break up D runs if they see them happening. They try to get people to spend money elsewhere so that they can get the D they want if they've been shut out. And so if a D run happens, then there's kind of more pressure on the people who haven't gotten D yet to nominate away from D and to keep them off the board. So it can happen. But yeah, it definitely can happen. But there's more natural factors, I would say, pushing away from D runs or goalie runs or any kind of run, I guess. Nate, you excited for the Creators League draft tomorrow? Would you say it's your most competitive draft? Yeah, I'm excited for the draft. I'm actually going to have to leave my house have a prior engagement at 8 p.m. and the draft starts at 7. I would not say it's my most competitive draft. Actually, it's probably my least competitive draft, but it's a very fun draft. Always have a good time playing with those guys. Fantasy puck guys are great. There's a number of other people in that league that we have a good relationship with, and we enjoy doing stuff with. Victor Nuno's in that league. Yeah, it's a good time. All right, we got Blackwood off for 13. Eichel went for 51. Now we got Quinn Hughes on the board. You should go probably around Werenski, right? I think everybody saw the Werenski baseline at 57, and now we'll get Quinn Hughes right around there. Be surprised if there's a big difference between the two players. There'll be some natural, what's the word I'm looking for? Natural gravity to that number. Whatever's established for a player in the same tier, there'll be some people just won't go past that number for Hughes if Werenski went for 57, right? Or maybe somebody will go $1 over, but it'll probably be pretty similar. Okay, we all know that this is going to go to the... Okay, people are bidding up. Fine. Okay. The thing with auction drafts is if everybody bids up by $1, it just takes forever. So maybe I should just start jumping in there. I got a fly buzzing around me. 54. Okay, $3 less. That's exactly what I had him for, $3 less. So makes sense. My values for D are spot on so far. Hedman went for pretty much exactly. Makar went for pretty much exactly. That makes me feel somewhat okay with that side of things. The forwards are the ones who've been chased up a bit, but again, I feel like I got some stuff here where I think I'm gonna be just fine. What's my pick for that league for content creators? I don't actually know. I don't think we find out until 30 minutes before. You think there's a reasonable likelihood that Lev Shumov takes over for Enzel and power play 1 by the second half of the year? I think it's totally up for debate at this point. I wouldn't try to guess, honestly. Where's Crosby? Yeah, okay. He should go for something in this range. Because the other players have been bid up, I'm going to be in and around this. I think somebody else will jump in here, though. Somebody's got a higher value on him for sure. No? Okay. Oh, there it is. Last second. Literal last second. So 35 is the value I had for him. Again, it's still pretty early. There are still some players relatively high on the board that I do feel pretty confident in. That I'm going to be pretty high on those players relative to the field, and I want to have that money to go at them and not feel badly or feel like I shouldn't be spending all my money on these players when they do come off the board. They just haven't come off the board yet. So, yeah, staying patient. Ovechkin's could be pretty interesting. He's a very polarizing player this year. Everybody's picking him to fall off this year yet again. We'll see. I'd be very interested. I think he might go similar to Crosby, right? That wouldn't be shocking. I'll get in there. I want some of the OV train. I didn't get any last year and it felt bad. Who's bidding? Red Lamp District. I don't think I know who that is. That might be one of the new ones this year. $35. Okay, now we're getting another bidder. Let's keep it going. Ovechkin projects really well, but there is a lot of downside, obviously. Now my bids are just not clicking, so that's fun. Okay, that was odd. All right, we got a player. Alex Ovechkin, $38. I had him, based on the projection, he comes out to $46.89 for me. So I get him at $8 of value. That is one of the players that I thought I would probably get value on. Left wing, right wing this year is really nice. So I might have. So last year I had Kaprizov, who I got for I think 57 or 59, somewhere in there. This year, if I'm getting, I might get an extra player in this $30 to $40 range instead. I know the math doesn't quite work out there, but instead of one $60 player, I might get two $30 players, and I'd be okay with that, especially in a 16-team league where you do need to have some depth to be able to win. It doesn't, when you spend $81 on McDavid, if McDavid gets injured, it's really hard to come back from that. Arguably even more so than in a snake draft where you spent the first pick on McDavid or the second pick on McDavid. So I don't think it's maybe the highest upside scenario is that you have McDavid on your squad and you also hit on all the waiver wire pickups and now your squad is incredible. But the floor is probably with building a more balanced squad, especially in a 16-team league that's fairly deep. Reinhardt goes for 43. It's a little bit higher than I had for him, so I'm okay to let him go by. M Stone, and then I'm up next to nominate. We'll see if I remember when it's my turn. Deck with Jeff in a weekly lineup set league where D-men get an extra point for goal or assist. Input on starting Vince Dunn or Zeev. Can you help me out? So I don't think we know yet if Dunn is for sure going to be in the lineup for the start of the season. So I think you got to take that into account for sure. Connor getting bid up, 44. 45. Yeah, there's still a few second round players on the board. For sure. Can you hear that upstairs? That's funny. We got our daughter a remote control Barbie car. And it's pretty spicy, to be honest. It's got a good amount of juice. So every time you hit it, it goes. And so she's slamming into things all the time. There it goes. What is the idea behind evaluating player's value in this auction format? Yeah, so I went over it a little bit earlier. I totally missed on my nomination, but that's why I have a queue. I went over it a little bit earlier. Basically, I take my projections and I also build out a fantasy points over expected, so over a baseline starter, the worst starter on any team in the league. I build that out, figure out how many fantasy points will be scored versus how many dollars there are out there to be spent, and I figure out the fantasy points per dollar, or the other way around, however you want to look at it. Gustafsson goes for 11. That's probably a pretty good value relative to like Shesterkin and Ottinger at 20. J-Rob. And we're just going away from the goalies. Oh, I'm on auto. I should, it's probably because I missed it last few times. I apologize for that. All right, what do we get J-Rob for here? If people are using my projections, he's going to look pretty good. I picked J-Rob in the APL Tier 1 draft. Middle of the second, people were shocked and appalled that I had the gall to select Jason Robertson at such a place. It's going up. Might let him go there. Got multiple bidders still. Yeah, 3 different bidders still. You might get into the 50s. I don't think you're getting them into the 50s if you're not using my projections. Or maybe it's people just feeling like they gotta get one of these second round talents. That's also possible. I do think we're going to have a reckoning at some point with all these dollar values, though. I think there's going to be somebody who goes cheap who shouldn't. But there's still some people, like Nimmer's got nobody. Mr. Halsey's got nobody. Nolan's got nobody. Jack Hughes might go for a lot here as potentially another tier break player. $64. If I were to take a guess, do I think Sleeper will have fantasy hockey next season? Wonder if they'd prioritize baseball before hockey. I would doubt it. I tried to reach out to them because I do use their product for fantasy football. And yeah, nothing doing. Didn't get a response. Doing laundry with headphones in your washer dryer going off confused the hell out of me. Yeah, that's actually your dishwasher upstairs, but yeah, it's the same noise. That's funny. What's your most competitive draft? I would say probably the APL Tier 1 this year. The auction draft is kind of its own entity, but also because of the turnover, I, I, I don't even know how many of these new managers have actually done an auction draft before, because it's not a super common format. So every year, probably like half of the drafters or close to it have never even done this before, and it's a big hurdle. You can really get left behind. We had a manager last year get to the end of the draft with a ton of money left and spent it all on Patrick Laine, and it's so hard to win if you get left behind if you don't do your values right. Allmark goes for 9. So yeah, I just think this is a tough environment for some of these first-time managers, and every year it seems one or two of them struggle from what I've seen in the past and what I experienced last year. So yeah, if as in an auction draft, especially if you have one manager who's not um, who's not at who's not as prepared, or however you want to say it, is not as ready, not as tuned into the values, however you want to say it. If they're not at that level, then it can really let basically all of the other managers get a leg up right away, and that makes it less competitive, right? That's not to say that the level of play, like in season, is worse or anything, but the draft itself, if there are weak managers in an auction draft, they can really be exploited, I think. Obviously, depending on league settings, if you had to say who do you think is your most overrated fantasy player for the upcoming season, yeah, I think it's probably going to be Rantanen based on my projections. Yeah, I think he'll have a great year. I just don't think he's probably going to be worth it in the end. I think Bouchard and Dahlin are probably going to get bid up pretty high here. Probably higher than I want, but I just want to make sure that we're price enforcing a little bit and get them bid up. That's good. 55. Okay. That's more than Hughes went for. Okay, I think, yeah, then get them for 55 if you're going to put that kind of money down. I wonder if they typed that wrong somehow. Again, taking money off the board, that will be around later. I really think that this middle class, I'm just going to feast. As long as I have enough high-end talent, I'm not going to be mad at it. Bobrovsky's probably going to go around this Allmark Wolf range, $9. I think Wolf was $9, wasn't he? Yeah, 9. Where's Allmark? 9, yeah. $9. Setting the tier right there. Lane Hudson. See if people go nuts on Lane Hudson here. Could definitely see it. Hudson is kind of the worst possible brand of defenseman for this particular setup. Without the peripherals and the shot volume especially, it's tough for him to keep up with other defensemen, even if they don't score nearly as many points as him. Yeah, he's ranked way down the list for me. But it does seem like most of these managers are taking a pretty cautious approach so far. So that's not lost on anybody here. The shot volume isn't there. Doesn't hit. Blocks are just okay. Might get less minutes this year. Be surprised if I was going to say, if he doesn't get to 20, I'd be pretty surprised though. As again, he does have potential. Like, he had a tremendous year last year. What if he takes another step? Would you do 1-for-1 Reinhardt for pasta? Would I rather have pasta? Yes. I would absolutely rather. Would you trade Zip or Velarde for Nyes? Do you mean Zibanejad? 24 for Lane Hudson. That shows that this room is pretty good. For him not to get bid up into the 30s at least. That's a good spot. Appropriately weighing the upside, I would say. Dahlin should be interesting. See if he gets bid right up into the 50s, like Bouchard, Hughes, or Enskewer. I think people are paying the Elite D tax a little bit here, where they really feel like they gotta have one. $53 probably goes there. Yeah, that makes Makar look like a steal, to be honest, at 66. That's what that mostly does for me mentally. Who got Makar? Makar and Matthews. Studs and duds. Clayton Keller should be fun. I heard somebody talking about, in the Discord, they're talking about different stuff going on with lines. Okay. Nothing crazy. Yeah, I think that Keller will get bid up here for a bit. That's fine. If he's going to stop there, I'm going to make sure that he doesn't. $43, $44. Okay. $45. So we're going to see some people kind of remove themselves from bidding here, and that's going to lead to some values. You've got these 3, 4, 5, 6 who have been the most active, 7 who have been by far the most active. And that's going to make a lot of players fall later on because these players will simply not be able to invest. Or if they continue to invest until they're down to $1 players, then they're going to have like 12 $1 players. Sorokin. Sorokin gets to 10. Above Allmark Wolf Bobrovsky, 11. Okay. That's Gustafsson territory. That's pretty surprising to me. 12 is, I mean, Sorokin's a good goaltender, but he still plays for the Islanders, does he not? $12 there for Sorokin. Interesting. Right in between Blackwood and Gustafsson. Mason McTavish is a fun one. I don't know. I think that some of these managers are going to see some values that they would really like to be in on that they will not be able to be in on a little bit later here. I'm just not going to be the high guy on McTavish. Didn't get the full training camp. We've seen that slow players down before. Not on top power play. It could be a good year for him. I'm not going to spend good money to find out. I'm just not even convinced he's a guy that you will have to hold. Forsberg. This should be good. So he should go right in this Reinhardt kind of range, right? In this Reinhardt-Connor range. But I wonder who's really got the money. We got a lot of people doing the studs and duds here, which is pretty fun. But you are seeing the more experienced managers in this league from last year hanging back a little bit too. I think that's the biggest overall theme for me so far. Gets to 50. Yeah, there's just, at this point, there's like a lot of money above my spreadsheet coming off the board. I was still able to get one player well below my projection. So even with the risk with Ovechkin, I still felt good about that number. Left wing, right wing. Washington's a good schedule. Forsberg would be higher for me, but Nashville has literally the worst off-night schedule in the league. In a 16-team league, I'm really trying to optimize my starting lineup so I can stream whoever I want whenever I want. Yossi. Again, hurt by Nashville's schedule here. It'll be interesting to see how close he gets. Like, Hedman went for, what, 38? Unless there are some avid Yossi haters in this room, I assume he'll go in that range. Their ADP, I think, was pretty similar. I have to find it, where the KKUPFL ADP was. I haven't looked at it, to be honest. Thanks for bidding up, Ovi. Feeling better about my KKUPFL draft now. No problem. Yes, Zibanejad or Velarde for Nyes. If you got any hits in your league, then that's probably worth it. Yeah, I think there's more potential for breakout for Nyes than for either of the other two. He's got to take a step. I think base projections might have Zibanejad a little bit ahead, though. Yeah, Yossi going into the 40s. Again, well above where I'm comfortable with him. So, I'll let him pass me on by. All right, this time I'm not going to miss my nomination. Two more before me. I'm not going to miss the nomination. Not going to do it. All right, we're still bidding on Yossi. $43. He could definitely be worth that. I'm not saying he can't. It's just a player I don't know. There feels like a lot of other stuff out there that's safer to me. Here's an interesting one, Panarin. Got banged up again. New upper body injury. Wonder how high he gets. Just make sure my bid button still works. It's been a while since I pressed it. He should get up to Forsberg, in my opinion, so let's just make sure he gets there. $50. I'll let somebody else take that one. We've still got a couple people, recent bidders. If it goes there, I'm okay. It's good value. Maybe I should have gone one more. Gone slightly above my value. I just don't feel that pressed about it. Maybe I should feel more pressed. I just don't. Willie Nylander. Again, we got money coming off the board. In a big way now. Nylander will get up there too. That was close. Are we really going to let Nylander go here? Okay. I'm going to get him at 45 at least compared to all these others. Really? I don't think I'm going again, but I felt like that was just price enforcing there. Like he's closer to, like he's right here, right? Yeah, he should go at least 46. Wonder if Genther will go over under 45. I think he'll be under. I don't think people have that much money. I think people are still looking at some of these names as big time names, and that's why they're getting up there, but I don't think. Oh, I missed my nomination again. That's so embarrassing. Oh, I'm too busy talking. Yeah, I don't think Gunther gets that high, but I think he's super hypey. Everybody's going to be wanting a piece of Gunther. I already have a piece of Gunther in another league. I don't need to get it here. Does schedule really matter for D-men? Yes, it does, especially in a 16-team league where I want to have some D-men rotating through my lineup, and the D on the wire will be absolutely horrendous. I think it is a good way to open up your team a fair bit. Nimmer goes with Kemper. Keep these goalies running off the board. Now we're getting to the point, though, where it's not really taking that much money off the board. It might almost be the time to like flip the switch and start nominating just players that I want to get off the board. Some of these higher end players. So we'll see. I don't even honestly know who that would be for me at this point, but I could identify a few with a couple of minutes, I'm sure. So the general trend is, yeah, people are going higher than my board. I do think that's going to create a major crunch in the middle where not a lot of people are going to have the money to spend that these players are worth. And that should result in some value for us that we can scoop up. There are still plenty of managers with money to spend. Like Nolan still doesn't have anybody. Mr. Halsey only has Aiden Hill. Phil Deneau getting that first week stream in. I respect it. Nice play, Jordan. That's fun. Montembeau. We're going to get all these goalies. Hell yeah. Up to 7. All right. Who do we get? Brady, finally. This should be interesting. Another last of the tier type. Okay. Get him up to where I think he should go and then back off. Let other people spend their money. Frank de Gronk, completely unafraid of spending all of their money on like 5 players. All right. He's above where I want him, so we let him go. $58. Adam Fox. Should be a good one. Now we're getting into that next tier of defense. I really hate that I get an error message like that I have to clear. I think we're going to get higher. No? I'll go 39. Good off nights from the Rangers. Do I get them? No. Okay. There's just always one more person willing to go $1 more. I've had that a few times now. That's the way it goes. That's fine. 39 was what I had Fox for in the sheet. If I was a little more desperate, maybe I would have gone higher, but I've still got plenty of targets. I'm not in a spot yet where I'm worried, so advantage ad. It's kind of an interesting one. Might see some pressure on this number because of the higher end players who've gone off. It is pretty interesting to me. I think last year we had a much more reticent group of new managers, and this year we have a really aggressive group of new managers. So that dynamic is pretty interesting to me. Spanajed is below my number, but similar to the Wilson one before, until we start to get a few more players off this tier, unless it's a screaming value, I don't think I'm going to go there. $21. Swayman. Up to 6. More than Hill. People don't believe in Aiden Hill, I guess, is what I should take away from this. Up to 7. In the Kempermont mode here now. Interesting. Okay. 7 for Swayman. Just keep taking off a little bit of money bit by bit with these goalies. Here we go, Boldy. This one is a common hypey favorite. Okay. You can kind of see the pattern after a while. There's like a frantic bid up pace. Everybody's just trying to get them up to where, and then it slows down a bit. And everybody's like, do I take it? Do I do one more dollar? Do I do one more dollar? It slows down a bit. And probably get a couple more bids here. $44. Is that gonna do it? 44 does it. Cutter Gauthier. See how much people hype up the sleepers. Could be fun. There's a lot of money out of this draft already. I don't think that'll stop people from going in on a guy like Gauthier with a lot of potential. Who you think can stick in your lineup? I really hate that error message. It's really obnoxious. I know that I didn't get the click. You could just like show it red. You could do any number of things to show me that I didn't get the bid. That error message that I have to clear is super obnoxious. I have to bid on Gauthier for the brand, right? I think that's how it goes. Come on, Nolan. There we go. $15 on Cutter Gauthier. That one was close to my value, but I kept on it. Anaheim, so off nights will help. Again, it might be a spot. I did this last year with Patrick Kane where the sheet said he was worth a number and then he went for like $5 less than that number. And I was like, wow, okay, I guess I got to take him. And that experience is basically why I didn't take Wilson when he was nominated earlier and went for a little bit under. Because my experience last year taught me that there will be some players that just get super undervalued later. And I think there's going to be even more of that this year with the amount of money that a lot of teams have been spending. Just kind of willy-nilly almost, it feels like, at least to my values. So if I'm trusting in my values, then I do think I'll get some value later. So you could make an argument that that's a reason why I shouldn't have spent 15 on Gauthier. He's not even on line 1 or power play 1 for the Ducks right now. But I just think the potential of that player is so sky high. It feels like a shot I'm pretty willing to take. There's a chance that he's like just a streamer level player, but in a 16-team league, I think he's rosterable all season long. And if he hits the ceiling, I think he can, then he could be one of the biggest steals of the draft or return the most value relative to his dollar number there. So Cider will be an interesting one. Again, in this next tier of D, along with Fox, we've seen already. Okay, we're still bidding. We still got different people bidding. I mean, if nobody's going to go in there, I will. Still below value. Cider's not a player I've had basically ever. Okay, there we go. A couple more bids. Goes for 38. It's good value for Cider. It's just a player who's really power play dependent for me. It's not a profile I ever love, but I am being pretty close to my projections, my projected dollar values, trying to adhere to that pretty tightly. Oh, I saw the nomination ticking down and I was like, is it me? Is it me? It wasn't. That's okay. Gensel should be fun. Who's got money? People who got money are going to start getting antsy here, I think. They have to at some point, right? Nolan's in here, Mr. Halsey. Let's get him bid up. I got Gensel in the APL draft on Thursday. Feel good about that. Got him in the mid-third. It's a good spot. Let's get him bid up here. 39's my last, and we'll see what happens. Okay, he goes higher. Yeah, Nolan wants him. Don't blame him. Got to get a first player off the board. Nimmer's in. Okay, yeah, Nimmer doesn't have much going on yet. Wants to get in on it. Right, we got a two-man race here now. Back and forth. 44. What kind of range are we pushing now? That's the Keller range. Close to Connor, close to Robertson. Feel that's fair. At some point, like, I don't want to be left out with none of these kind of top-ish end players. Again, I don't feel like I am. I think I'm going to get a lot of mid-range players, and maybe that's not like the best scenario at the end of the day. It's not the way I wanted it to play out, and maybe I should have been a little more forceful on like the Makar or something. Maybe relying a bit too much on last year's room, which was more, I gotta figure out where Tavares is on my sheet and see if I want in on this. Yeah, because every room is different, and to some extent you have to follow the room, because while it's great to get all the players you want in the mid to late rounds, you also want some some scoring ability. You don't want to get left with all the money at the end of the day either. So yeah, that's going to be my last bit on Tavares. We'll see. Yeah, okay. Just not going to overextend for mid-30s center, even if I think he projects really well. Still lots of players, lots of upside. And again, it could be a room that's just so many teams are going studs and duds that we really do get the get like a tremendous amount of players all going for like $2-3. That would be, in that scenario, you don't want to be left with too much money on the board. That wouldn't be a good spot. Oh, did we pause? Looks like we're taking a pause. You're going to have to pull some 2-for-1 trades during the season. Knowing your reputation, feel like people won't bite on trades from you. Yeah, I haven't gotten a trade done in a long time outside of the Keeper League. We're doing 5-minute pause here. Usually we do a pause at some point. Let people go to the bathroom and stuff. I got it paused. Did you start watching Face Off NHL Season 2? I did. Yep. We're taking a 7-minute break. I'm going to take advantage of that break as well. I did start watching. So far, it's really good. I just watched, I think it's the second episode with the Johnny Gaudreau episode. So good. Yeah. Hard not to get emotional about that. What a season for the Jackets. But yeah, it's a great series that Amazon puts on every year, so I'm excited to get through it. All right, I'm going to take a brief break. They said a 7-minute break starting at 2:45, so we'll be back at 2:52. All right. We're back. I think we'll start in another minute or two here. Crosby episode was wasted. Oh, that's no good. That's the next one for me. I hope it's good. Gauthier for 15 was probably pretty hypey by me. Felt like I had the money to spend and I want Gauthier pretty bad. Rank my 0G goalies are Binnington and Askarov. Wins, goals against average, saves. I mean, Askarov is going to get you saves, that's for sure. Initial bid time limit is now 10. Bid reset time is now 5 seconds. Okay, so we're going to get going. This is going to speed things up a lot. 5 seconds after a new bid. I feel like it takes 2 seconds for this just to reset. I'm going to have to be pretty on it. That's okay. They let us know. Oh, man. You get into your mid-30s and everything cracks every time you move. Good, speed it up. Lock in, Nate. You gotta get some guys now. That is accurate. I do gotta get some guys at some point. It's been more than 7 minutes. But again, I would have liked to have had one star player. And, you know, hindsight's 2020. Makar was the guy that was closest to my value that I probably could have gotten. Rensky was right at my value. Hughes was right at my value. Quinn Hughes, that is. Panarin. So yeah, there were guys that I could have pushed slightly for and gotten, but that's hindsight too. Yeah. I don't know if I'm going to fault myself too badly for that. I feel like I might end up piling up a few people in kind of these mid-ranges. There's still a good amount of people with some money. I feel like there'll be solid price enforcing, but like iForest is basically out of any big bids. Jordan and Seabass are going to have to think about it a lot. M Stone is basically out. I mean, not out. They could be, but unless they're truly going right to the bottom of the barrel with their every other pick. All right, let's see what we got with JT Miller here. Should go pretty high. This bid reset is going to get somebody for sure. It takes like, yeah, it takes like 2 seconds for it to reset. That's crazy. Holy cow. That is crazy. Watch this bid button become available. It's already at 4, almost 3 seconds. That is kind of crazy. Me and Nolan duking it out for JT Miller. You still got one more? I got one more in me. What do you got, Nolan? Spend up. Let's go. Okay, you can have it. 47 for JT Miller. That's above where I had him. Even the 46 that I bid was above where I had him. But that's a good player in this format. Center right wing, Rangers off nights. All that works really well in his favor. Braden Point is probably going to be over where I have him just because of the way my sheet works. I think Tampa doesn't have great off nights if I'm remembering correctly. Yeah, they're 5th from the worst. 5th worst in off nights, so he's hurt by that in my sheet too. Wow. He was going to go. Okay. Wow. I was positive I was not getting Braden Point there because my sheet hurts him a fair bit. Center only with bad off nights. And I still get him right at my value. There we go. I don't know if I've ever had Braden Point. Oh, it's my turn to nominate. Let's nominate Jake Sanderson. Let's go. Let's see what he goes for. That's pretty... Wow, I'm really surprised. Sanderson is hurt a little bit by the off nights in my sheet too. But I anticipate he should go, like we got Fox at 40, Hedman at 38. Yeah, we should get him into the mid-30s, I think. Okay, okay. I really cannot stand that notification popping up. I'm just going to price enforce here, try to get this bid up as fast as possible, and then peel off when it's my... We got to pause. Okay, so apparently it was so fast that people couldn't get in on players. I'm just reading Discord. Five seconds was too fast for people. I think they're going to take point off my team. And change back their bid reset timing. They didn't take point off my team. I don't know what's going on anymore. Refresh the draft room. Okay. I think mine was fine. Okay, they did take point off my team. That's pretty annoying. That gives a lot of people a lot of information about a player that I had. Yeah, that's pretty frustrating. Oh. Alright, well, let's see what people actually want to pay for Braden Point. I should have nominated at 35. Point goes for 36. Stolars. I should have bid on Shifley. That distracted me. Should have taken Shifley there. Now I'm out point in Shifley. I gotta turn this off. Point was taken back because somebody complained that the 5-second bid reset was too fast for them. Stolars goes for 9. Like, it was fast, don't get me wrong. I had to react quickly. Did we pause again? Oh my god. Now they're pausing and talking about it. I wonder what Brat will go for here. Pretty popular player. A and G player. We've got a lot of A and Gers in here. Imagine he gets bid up more than I want to pay, but we'll see. I'll go to 40. Instantly goes higher. Wow, now he's going really high. Higher than Gensel, higher than Boldy. I guess, I mean, I don't know. He goes for 45. Connor went for 47. Maybe that's fine. Well, Nylander went for 46. You usually see a bigger difference. Wow, $9 on Vamelka. Okay. That's in line with Stolarz, Saros, Bobrovsky, Wolf, Hallmark. All right. They're still talking about it. Now they're pausing it again. I don't want to talk about it. I just want to keep going. It's a long draft. I don't I don't agree that points should be taken away from me, but I don't want to stop. Oh, man. Yeah, last ones, I think that's the way I would have done it if I was in charge, but at this point, it's one player. It's not gonna, like, unless point is like the skeleton key to the whole year for fantasy, like, it's not gonna make or break anything. It's just an advantage, I think, maybe for me that I don't get to have. They're still talking about it. Why did Nate go for Ovechkin? Because if I go by the raw projections, he comes out to a, what did I have him for? $46.89 value. I mean, if you look at the players that he went around dollar wise, I still feel like it's a pretty good value. He went for the same dollar value as Cider. He went for, what, less than Yossi. It sounds like they're going to try to put point back on my team. I'm really not trying to be a big part of this. Changing the rules timing during the draft. Yeah, they're trying to just make it go a little faster, which I understand. And they did warn everybody in the chat, and in, like, there's a chat message in Fantrax, but some people weren't ready for it, I guess. Doesn't look like they can do it. Oh man, this is such a mess. If they fix point, it undoes everything back to point. So it would mean Stolars, Brat, Vmalka, and Sanderson. Sanderson's still being nominated or bid on, so that's not as big a deal. I just... Oh, okay. It sounds like the commish can override the picks and bids for everybody. What happened? So they made a change after we came back from break where the bid reset. So after each bid, this timer resets so people have time to react to that bid. They changed it from 10 seconds originally down to 5 seconds. And the first player up was Braden Point, and I got Point for $35. And apparently some people were saying that they couldn't react fast enough, or it froze for them or something. Which has happened to me. I think you've seen it. I had to refresh the browser at one point. So that is a real thing that can happen, and it sucks. Don't get me wrong. But then they rewound it, and so that took point off my team, which, yeah, I think it kind of sucks because then people know they have more information with which to bid, which is, yeah, just information that you shouldn't have to make a bid, I think. So, I don't know. looks like they're going to rewind back these last picks since the point pick now, and then the commissioner of the league is going to manually bid through those players and assign them the way that they're saying it should be. So I'll get point for 35, and then these players, Brat will get assigned for 45 to Nolan. Stolarz will get assigned for 9 to Nimmer. Where was the other one? Was there not one more? Oh yeah, Vejmelka. Vejmelka will get assigned for 9 to Seabass. So yeah, now they've rewound it. I don't know if I have to nominate though. I don't think so. I think I gotta reset. Reconnect. Yeah. Okay, so they're doing it automatically. I get them at 35. They're gonna let the timer run out. Yeah, so they nominated for me at 35. Okay, so I get point in the end of all that. Which is fun. I haven't had Braden Point almost forever. Because he's not like a big time shooter. 210 shots is what I got him for this year. But more an efficient guy. But I mean, I wanted him. That's why I bid. Okay, so now we should get it to go through. I don't think Stolarz was 10 though. I think he was 9. Oh, that's what I would bid. I'm not smart. That's my bad. It should have returned to 7 or 10 seconds and let people keep pointing. Sanderson never turn back rounds, never ends well. Yeah. I mean, there's no perfect solution to make everybody perfectly happy, but shenanigans. You know why it's not done in Yahoo? Mostly it's about the control they can have to do stuff like this in Fantrax. Yahoo's really tough. We need Nolan to bid 45. There we go. Okay, so that'll run out and he'll go there. This is a better solution. Yeah, that's the other part, right? Like, if it had been the very first pick of the draft, it was McKinnon and McDavid, and people were having issues, then that's one thing. How's it going so far? Sorry I'm late. Leaves won't stop falling. If I fall behind, I'll hate my life. Fair enough. It's going all right. I have not ended up with any big names. I just got Point for 35. I've got Ovechkin for 38. And I spent probably too much money on Gauthier. That's not what we wanted to have happen, is it? Yeah. We wanted him to nominate Vejmelka. Yep. And then they're going to nominate Sanderson, and then we're going to be back. I think I have to refresh every time we pause. How many seasons do you have in Tier 1? This is my second. Last year was my first. Finished first in the regular season. Got bounced in the playoffs, unfortunately. Okay, so after this, they're going to nominate Sanderson, and then we should be just rolling. They'll let people bid accordingly. What are they undoing? It was a whole thing Basically, they sped up the timers, and some people complained in the chat, and they undid it, then they re-undid it. But I think we're in motion now. Sanderson is finally gonna go. Okay. Sanderson. I think we should bid 32 at least. There we go. Yeah, I was gonna say I'd be shocked if he goes for much less here. 36. Wait, did we freeze again? What just happened there? Okay, 36 is fine. I'll let him go. Okay. That's weird. Sounds like a good time, yeah. Here we go, Morrissey right after Sanderson. Should go for roughly the same. Okay, can we please just go to 30? Thank you. Let's go. Wait, now it won't let me. Oh my. I'm telling ya. Why? Seriously? Why didn't it automatically reset? Is my room freaking out? Okay, I got Marcy. So yeah, this is kind of what I'm talking about. I'm getting a bit more mid-range guys. Down to 137. Gonna have to stay reasonable here. Probably not gonna jump on anybody unless we get a pretty big faller. Heiskanen. This will be interesting because the power play one that he's been on. But how much do you trust it? $18 is good value. Can't be mad at that. If he holds on to power play one for any length of time, it's probably worth that. I just feel like Carly's probably going to take it and run with it at some point. Doughty I have no interest in. Especially at $4. Actually, that's a good question. What is Doughty valued at? I just feel like it's all downside. Yeah, this is around what I have him valued at, theoretically. It feels like all downside from this number. So yeah, I don't feel too bad. Point, Ovechkin, Morrissey. Just getting some solid production, still have money. Here's Harley. Let's see what that one turns into. That could get spicy. Well, maybe not if he's not power play one. Yeah, let's get this bid up. This is going to take all day if people don't bid. I've already got Harley in one spot. I don't need to like chase him, but exciting to see how it will go for Seabass. Have an auction draft against him in the Swedish Top Fantasy League. So good intel, seeing what he's doing here. Very nice. Use value over replacement to drive what dollar amount you value players at. Yeah, so that's the primary metric, and then I do some adjustments for off nights and positional eligibility. Because I'm basically valuing my... Harley goes for 29, which feels pretty good. It's got upside. Marchenko. Columbus has the second worst off nights, which is hurting him a lot in my sheet. Okay, we're still going to make sure he gets bid up to a reasonable level. Okay. 21. And let people go from there. Just trying to speed things up now. Spent a lot of time. Pause there. $26. It's a little hypey for Marchenko. $27. I mean, he could return that value, but I think there are players that I have ranked ahead of him on my sheet that will go for less. And I can maybe even get like 2 of those players for what Marchenko's going for here. And in a spot where I've spent some money now, got the point, got the Morrissey, got my back end 1D, got my number 1 center. I'm going to stay patient. Another goalie. Getting Markstrom. I was going to say he might only go for $3. That might not be the worst thing. He's going to get volume. New Jersey's going to be good. I'm just waiting for Gunther here. You and me both. And Tage. Like, Tage is up there. Budgeting. That's how you make it in life and apparently fantasy hockey too. All right, we're back to having fun. Somebody's got to nominate Tage here. I'm curious, like, I think he could get pushed up into this Gensel Brat range. Euler's fun one. Okay, let's get him up to 22 at least. Although the last time I did this, it really messed me up and I wasn't able to, yeah, see, I have to manually. Okay, now it's working again. Okay, well, that's good. I'm just going to make sure. It seems like we're getting some hype for Euler, so I don't think I'm going to get him here, but just going to make sure he goes where the sheet has him. I don't think I go one more here. Do I go one more? No, Garrett already did. I think we're good. So many players who are going right above my value. Like just $1 or 2 above. I've tried to stay patient through that, but it is hard. Okay. This one's actually getting bid up. I didn't know if there'd be a lot of Euler's hype here. 37. Oh, Dobson. Dobson is a weird one. Dobson is a weird one. You never pay more than $1 for goalies? I mean, theoretically, I might. If there was, if there was a goalie that was like, the best case scenario for this guy is really good, I think I should. Theoretically, I might. It's just unlikely. Dobson into the 20s. I'm not, I think Dobson's great. I have him projected for 49 points. I think he's going to be a really good addition to Montreal. But you're taking on some risk there, and he's never He's never going to be on power play 1, I don't think, so unless there's a Lane Hudson injury. If I was to do a bold prediction, be that Fantilli and Johnson are better than Marchenko this year. That is pretty spicy. I like that one. What did you think was the spiciest if you watched the hot takes that I did, Blake and I's hot takes? What did you think was the spiciest? I think Blake's Florida take was by far the spiciest, but maybe we have to leave that one in a category of its own and go to the next tier. Suzuki gets hammered by my sheet. Sorry I missed a few answer because I had to run away, take care of the baby, but will you release your valuation for players after the draft? Purely curious. No, I don't think I will. Because, yeah, I'm going to play against a lot of these players. A lot of them are in the Apples and Ginos Discord. And I've DM'd with lots of these players directly before, had conversations. So I think I gotta hold my edge there. Okay, Cole Caulfield, where are you at? Montreal is on the negative side for off nights, which hurts Caulfield too. I do wonder at some point, somewhere in this range of player, I think is where we will start to get some value picks. Not going to be Caulfield for me though. Did you weed out all the big goalies? Wow. Big goalies early like last year? Yep, we did the same. We got a few people in here doing the same thing, so it wasn't just me. Nothing even touches Blake's Florida take. Yeah, that one was flaming hot. It was fun though. It was a super fun take. I should have stepped up my game after I saw Blake's, but I didn't, I guess. How are you thinking about D-men that seem to have some power play risk? Sider, Uyghur, Theodore, etc. Yeah, it's a risk that you should be working in here. Yeah, I'm individually, those guys are not guys that I've typically gone for. I think of those three, I have the least worry about Sider for this particular season. I don't think that ASP is going to just like boot him. I don't think Edvinsson is likely to boot him unless the Detroit power play really falls asleep this year, which I don't think is super likely given how good it was last year. Yeah, I just don't think it's super likely. So for that reason, I'm probably going to keep Sider as my number one power play D on Detroit all season long. Then Uyghur, I have a lot of risk, especially if Calgary's season heads downhill. Then that could be a spot where you really see a lot of risk for Uyghur's spot, because then they don't have the motivation to not try Zane Parekh on power play 1 and not just let him get comfortable, let him get acclimated, let him see what he can do. So, yeah, that's an interesting one for sure. Thank God I took Sider then. Theodore's really interesting. He's there now, which is good. But they've openly said that they're interested in seeing if Dorofeev could go there and they run a 5-hour forward power play. That's like already in their mind. Marner's already running the point role where Theodore was last year, so he's already displaced him from the role that he was in last year. That being said, are we really gonna... I'm going to go 21 on Theodore. Even with that risk baked in for me, like he's worth this price. He's still going to be tremendous at even strength. I wonder if I should have gone even more there. It would have been over my value. Like 22 was my value there. So it would have been $1 over on Theodore. And I generally don't like players that are that risky. to spend, you know. I'm trying to do the floor thing, right? But that one could pay off in a pretty big way. Like, he goes for $2 more than Dobson, and he's on power play 1 right now. I have him projected for 62 points. And that's with a lot of power play risk baked in to that projection. So, Dostal gonna go up here. $7. Anybody going higher? Doubt it. That's kind of the line that's been set. That's where Markstrom went. That's where a lot of these other Kemper, Montembeau, Swayman all went at 7. Seems like whoever gets to 7 on this tier of goaltender just gets them. There's Tage finally. I like the pricing here. Get him up there. Let's not waste any time getting him bid up. Everybody knows what Tage is. What am I gonna do with Tage? I feel like he's gonna get bid up here. Oh, okay. Okay. I think he's just gonna get really hyped here. People with money to spend are gonna go in. 48. I don't really think I want to do that. Yeah, 48's a solid price, but again, well above. Okay, let's see what we got in terms of money spent. Nimmer's still got 161 left. Konechny on the board. Less than $100. We've got a lot of teams less than $100 already. Konechny. What do I have Konechny for? Okay, we could get into some Konechny potentially. Let's see what the bid up is. Nimmer's got money to spend, and he's willing to spend it on Konechny here. Okay, we got lots of bidders. He's going to get up there. Go one more. You think Nimmer will go higher? Can I push him? I want to. You know I want to. Doesn't look like it. Okay. 33 is good value for Konechny. There's still similar players in this weight class that I want to... Like, unless I'm getting value still, because I'm looking at a few specific players that are in that class. What was my value on Tage? I had Tage for $43.36. $43.36. Aho is really hurting this sheet for me. Really doubt I'll get him. Let's keep him bid up. Just get this going fast. But I really don't think I'm going to be in there. I'm just going to get him bid up and then bow out. There we go. I'm just trying to get this draft moving. Is there a goalie you think may steal a starter's role? I mean, the obvious one that everybody's been talking about is Jack Greaves. I had that as a hot take in the offseason. Back in July, I think I tweeted 0G of the year. 29 is not bad for Aho. That's not far off where I had him. There might be some value on these center-only guys. We've seen, like, we got people with centers, right? Only Jordan and M. Stone don't have centers. Here's Mishkov. Let's see if people get hypey on this one. He doesn't project well, necessarily. He's more assist heavy, or at least he was in his first season, and he doesn't have big periffs. Okay, we got to get him bit up here, though. Let's get this going. Okay, there we go. Hammer's going to get good value on all these guys. Don't like that. I mean, it's still above my sheet. And again, I still have other players that I like in this range that I think I'm going to get for less, and I want to keep space open for them. It was a solid value. I really do think we've got a reckoning coming where some of these players are going to go super cheap. Look how low some of these teams are getting on dollars. A lot of studs and duds this year, way more than last year. 29 for Nimmer again. Oh my! I don't like that. Nimmer, when I see you next, I'm gonna have some words for you about this draft. It's like $1 more than I'm willing to like push it, but you're getting the guys. I should be in there, I guess. Yeah, back to this goalie question. I'm trying to think of other goalies who I think could take the starter's role. I mean, there's the obvious ones in like the bad situations that may or may not be super valuable for fantasy, right? Like the Pittsburgh situation, Sheilovs could take Jari's role. That wouldn't surprise anybody. UPL could be in trouble. Alex Lyon could take that role, or Georgiev even. I don't believe that, but it could happen, I guess. Yeah. But Turka goes for 13. Okay, Uyghur's finally coming off here. This will be quite interesting. Again, I don't want to be over my skis, but Uyghur does all this stuff for fantasy. Okay, we gotta get him bid up here. This is ridiculous. Let's go. He should go, yeah, like he should go in the cider range, right? Maybe a little less with more power play risk. Let's please just get this bid up so we can forget about it. I should have just... I don't like entering the bid number though, because that really messed me up. Okay, I'm going to get him up to Morrissey and then I'm going to sit out. But I might get him there. And that would be fine. That would be a value to my sheet. And I had my sheet baking in some power play regression. Okay. Everybody's scared off of Uyghur. I'm scared of Uyghur, but I got him at $6 value, and most players have been going above. So, $235 defenseman. I want to be heavy defense. Geeky. Fun one. Going down the list. Center, left wing, right wing. I'll go $4. I'll go $6. Will I go $8? Yeah. I'll go all the single digits. Nolan can have him for 10. Okay. Okay. Now we're getting bid up. Again, like this is such an aggressive room compared to last year, and that is kind of, I don't know if it's throwing me, but it's definitely an adjustment. I still feel like I'm in a decent spot here. Bennington. Yeah, I really think Uyghur can hit at least 40 points. So to get him behind all those other guys at the Morrissey number when I have him projected for more than that. Yeah, I'm not going to be mad about it. And he's actually hurt by the off nights too. $6 for Bennington. Hyman. This should be interesting with the injury. See who's willing to put some money out for Hyman. I gotta scroll this back. We got Geeky for 13, Bennington for 6. We got Hyman into the 20s. I wonder what's going to happen when we get to Matt Kachuk. Am I just going to have Matt Kachuk on a whole bunch of teams this year? Oh, man. I feel like I should nominate him. Make somebody work for him. Even this, like, I almost wish that I had not spent money on somebody here. Like, maybe Uyghur, even though I think that was really good value. Maybe Morrissey. I almost wish that I hadn't spent that money, which is crazy to say. I just think there's so much value on the board. And I guess I'm still, like, relatively well positioned to take advantage of that. Like, I'm at 102. There are only, what, 1, 2, 3, 4 other teams ahead of that number. Mark Stone. I'm not going to be the guy on Mark Stone. I'm just not going to do it. He's already above my projection. Let him pass. I'm coming up here. Who am I going to nominate here? I got to look at my board. Who I want to get out there. I might nominate Kachuk. That'd be fun. Make people figure out that value. Of course, I risk doing it to myself where it's like, oh, wait, nobody's bidding on this guy. Do I have to be in on him? Okay, wait, where's Rob Thomas for me? Yeah, we got to get this bid up. Thomas is center only. He used to always be center right wing, which was awesome. So that part sucks. Nimmer. I swear Nimmer hacks my computer every year and just downloads my spreadsheet and bids $1 more than me. Oh, man. I don't want to let him. Okay, I'm going one more. I don't even know if I want him there. Okay, Garrett got in here at the end. That's fine. I don't even know if I really wanted Rob Thomas there, but I didn't want to give Nimmer value. Goes to Garrett. Well, that's fine. Garrett had money to spend. There's not a lot of money and a lot of roster spots to fill out yet. I wish there was a way that somehow there's got to be a way to figure out how many roster spots we've got left. But like conservatively, we're not halfway through this, and there's not a lot of money left. Sergachev, what do I have Sergachev for? He's probably decent here because of off nights. Okay, we're already above. I don't need to hustle. I'm probably just not going to spend this kind of dough on another D with $35 both on Morrissey and Uyghur. I've been forgetting about the comments. Just joined. What's the word? Who are you able to draft? This was already 17 minutes ago. My apologies. But yeah, you can see it on the side. This is it. 5 players. Good stuff. Natchez is up. Got to pay attention. Highly ranked player, obviously, but I'm pretty sure he's going to go well above where I want to. So let's get him up there. Get him in a spot where I'd be okay if I got him and let people take it from there. Yep. Good. There. Okay. So for some reason, you got to press the plus after entering. And then it like resets to be the next highest bid or whatever. Oh no, it didn't do it again. So watch, 33, and I can bid 33. I'm not going to. But then somebody bids 33, and it doesn't automatically update if you enter. You actually have to bid for it to like reset the whatever the logic is for the Fantrax draft. That's really quite annoying. What do we think about Gauthier versus Leo Carlson this year? Looks like Leo's getting better deployment. He is getting better deployment for sure. But he doesn't do a lot of the same things that Gauthier does. Like, he's not a shooter. He's more of a setup guy. Okay, we're going to do this. We're going to cause some havoc. Let's have the Matthew Tkachuk discussion. I want to see what happens here. Very interested. Very, very interested. What kind of players does the value put him in the tier of? Oh shoot, I'm doing it to... Okay. I'm very tempted. He could, like, if you can get there with the team that you have, and then add Kachuk at the end of the year, like, you can run house for sure. That's a... But if you put yourself too far behind, then it's going to be really tough. $14. Okay. It's just fine. Having Kachuk in 2 places already this year. Yeah, I wasn't really gonna go out of my way to add him in another. Logan Thompson, eh? Everybody sick of goalies? Wait, are we actually gonna... Okay, thanks, Jordan. We're not gonna let Nimmer have him for $2. Okay. Thompson for 3, though. It's good value. It's probably my favorite goalie value so far, I think. Insofar as it goes. Jordan nominating his streamer. I don't think it's worth it to me. You have enough ads at the beginning to not have to take an LA player. You can still... Because the week is so bad for streaming, the first week, you have enough ads to just add someone for the Wednesday night, add somebody for the Thursday night afterwards. It's going to be tougher against this crowd, for sure, but I think I prefer that route in most spots. Okay, Seth Jarvis is a big name, relatively speaking, to what's left on the board. He should get to the 30s, but I don't know if he will. Let's get him a bit up there, at least. Yeah, okay. Garrett's taking matters into his own hands. Nolan's still got money to spend. This is right around the value I have for him. I don't know if you can hear that. My kids are playing upstairs. Okay, as long as he's going to go higher, I'll let him go. Yeah, this was not my intended approach to get like 4 guys with mid-30s. But we're there. Thoughts on Zane Parekh? I think he's really talented offensively. I don't think Ryan Huska is a guy who's just going to like hand him the keys the way Martin St. Louis did with Lane Hudson last year, even if he's has some problems defensively. So, yeah. How long are these drafts usually? Yeah, like 4 hours plus. Are you confident Cutter gets on power play 1? I don't know if confident is the right word, but I think he'll get a shot at some point. And at that point, it's up to him whether he makes good on it, right? Seth Jones. Oh my. Somebody fell. Okay. He's going above my value. I'm happy. All right. What do you think about Brant Clark? Everybody's so high on Boyan, Parekh, etc. Clark had the same hype last year. Still put 33 points with 16 minutes of ice time. Yeah, I love Brant Clark, the player. I just, again, it's Jim Hiller. Jim Hiller and Ryan Huska employed last year, at least what we got to see of what they wanted to do was that they employed two of the most defense-heavy approaches in the entire league. So here's Gunther. This should be fireworks. Everybody strap in. But yeah, that the same thing that could hold down Perek, we already saw it hold down Clark last year. Okay. Nobody's getting them for less than 30. That's not happening. Okay, 33. 34, okay. Now we're into mid-30s. Probably let him go there. Kind of numbers we still got on the board. I don't think Fiala's left wing, right wing in Yahoo, is he? What was the intended approach? I don't really have an intended approach. I have values, and I let those dictate the players I should take, by and large. If I get a player at value, then I take him. Okay, I gotta check this. Is Fiala? Yeah, Fiala's left wing only, so that's actually incorrect. In Fantrax here. They said they had it updated, but that's not correct. Gunther, 1 for 39. Hintz is already up to 20, which I think puts him out of running for me. Yep. Which Nevich is fun. I had a $2 value on him, so I'll not be partaking. Duty the Diva would throw the largest hissy fit in a post-game interview if Clark ever got power play 1 over him. Maybe. We are up to $11 on Pavel Buchnevich. $11. I just don't think he's significantly above replacement there. I think there will be a lot of players that project better that go for much less, like $2. It wouldn't be the worst thing in the world for me to end up with like $2 for my last number of players, like $2 each for my last number of players, and just kind of when everybody else has got $1 left and they're just kind of queuing up and I can snipe the ones I want. Because yeah, I think there will be a lot of people that get down to it and they have like, I don't know, maybe even like 6. Maybe even, yeah, like 6 roster spots that they all just get $1 players. And I think I can have a little bit of an edge there. Use the extra dollar just to get the exact lower end players that I want. Where's Patrick Kane come out for me? It's probably not a bad spot. I do need right wing. I'm not going to go crazy on this, but he does project well. He was terrific under McClellan last year. He's getting bid up still. As long as he gets into the teens here, should be okay. Let's keep him going. Keep it going. 13 might be my last, though. Yeah, I think 13 is my last. Let him go for 14. Flame span plan spotted. It's funny. What kind of goalies are left? Demko. Yeah, we're getting into the dregs for sure. I like that. DeBrincat is a fun one. Left wing, right wing. Yep. I'd be okay with some DeBrincat. Let's get a bit in. That might be the last one. One more. Wait, what did Nate just go for? 36. Okay. We got to bring it into the 30s. I think maybe what happened here too is a little bit of the early hype. And even if people, I think there are definitely some people who just had like the dollar values they had on players were high. And in my view, obviously, higher than they should be. But I think that also put a lot of pressure on some other people to pull values higher than what they had on their sheet. Like they just kind of, the overall effect just shifted everybody up a bit. I think that is a little bit of what's going on here, which is just going to leave this mass of players at the end. Where I think there will be some value. So I'm happy that I found a couple pockets where I think I got value. Like Point was good, Ovechkin was good to the sheet. Kempe's still below my value, so I'll price enforce a little bit here. I don't know if I'm going to go much higher. $34 feels fine. 35, okay. I know you're the 0G Girobo. What do you think about Bobrovsky in 8th round and 12th team? That's too early for me personally. Yeah, that's still too early for me personally. Relative, like, you can't say that what's happened to Florida this offseason is a good thing with the injuries, Kachuk and Barkov. So that definitely hurts a little bit. But, yeah, I don't know. I don't know exactly where the line is. 11th, 12th. I'd feel more comfortable on Bobrovsky, but probably doesn't get there in a lot of leagues. Probably have to be more of an A&G specific league. This will be an interesting one because of the talk of Lafreniere on Power Play 1. See if Trocheck, I can get Trocheck snuck through here in the low double digits. Even at that price, I think he provides enough peripherals where I'm not going to be mad at it. I'll go to 15. I might drop out after 15. Rangers off nights is a consideration here. That is in the sheet. I'll go 17. Okay. I think I let him go now. I didn't bake in all of the risk of that power play one in my base projections. I think that's still a good value, but it's just getting progressively worse and worse value. Like he still was a little bit below my number there, but a lot of that value was tied to the off nights. So, yeah. Strom really is hurt by the point settings. Wow. The sneezes are coming out. Okay, yeah, like if Strom's going to go for $9, then for sure I'll get into that. I don't think he will, but he got down to like 2 seconds there. Do I go another? I have Ovechkin. Does that mean Strom's more valuable to me? I'll go 11. Okay. Very curious which goalies you'll end up with. Last year I exited the draft with only Petr Mrazek. So, it's possible. I don't think they're planning. I haven't seen anything about another pause yet. Fiala. This is a fun one. He shows left wing, right wing here, but he is not on Yahoo. He's left wing only. That being said, I think LA has good off nights, right? Tied for 11th. So, top part, I guess. Okay, we gotta bid this up. Let's go. Please let me click bid. Let's go. Let's go. The weird thing is, like, if people are seeing left wing, right wing here, and they don't, what? And they don't know that he's only left wing on Yahoo, then that's actually worse, right? Nimmer. I think I can force Nimmer higher. Oh, Luke, I'm getting back in. Okay. That's above the value for me. I'll let it go. Almost my nomination. I'm going to try so hard to not miss my nomination here. Ricard Raquel. Ricard Raquel. Okay, well, let's get him bid up a little bit here. Raquel's a weird one because the sheet says one thing, but in your head you have to build in so much risk that he gets traded and he's just like line 2, power play 2 for some team. But the center, left wing, right wing is enticing. 16. It's starting to feel hot. Yeah, I think I'm going to be out there. He's getting too close to the sheet value. Yeah. 17. Below the sheet value, but so much risk. So much risk. Okay, let's get Demko out there. Demko is just such a tough click for me. I don't know if he's in a full-on committee. Very well could be. And then he's just pretty useless for a volume environment like this. I don't know if he's going to potentially injure himself again. These lower body injuries, what seemed like the potential recurring nature of the injury did have. It's just also scary for me, especially when it comes to a goalie. I mean, $4, obviously, that's not making or breaking anything for you, but Nimmer nominates Skinner. Should we bid $3? Okay, somebody else is gonna. Looks like we're gonna power through. Which player that you're into but didn't land do you wish you'd spent that little extra on? That's a good question. That's kind of fun. Kale McCarr was the best value to my sheet. He went for less than $1, less than my sheet told me he should. So in retrospect, that looks like the best value off the board early. So that's one that feels strong in retrospect. There's one other one I think I saw. No, I can't find it back. There's one other one. Kuzmenko for 3, sure. Where did it go? There's one player. Nico Heischer. Been waiting for this one. It'd be pretty interesting. Okay, let's get him bid up. Okay. Let's get him bid up. Nimmer. It's gonna be somebody's gonna clip that. Stop it. Okay, we got some Nico Heischer in our lives. I'm starting to feel pretty good about the core here. That was $1 less than the sheet had him for. Had him for 32.22. Get him for 31. If it weren't for Nimmer, I probably could have had him at like 27 maybe. Zemranzel will be a fun one. I think people might get hypey with this one. Big on Heischer for sure. I just think he's super efficient, close to a point per game player. The floor is so good. Gonna need some right wing here, some more wings in general, but there's lots of guys later on. Pretty happy with where I'm at, to be honest. Yeah, I think Rinzel gets into double digits here, and that's just not a spot I'm gonna be on a guy who has 9 NHL games. He's looked good in 9 NHL games, but could he exceed this? Yes, he definitely could. But how many defensemen have looked good for 9 games and then turned out to not be very good? A lot. 11, sure. Yeah, he's gonna have to be real good to repay that one for me. Oh, I get to enter another player in my team. Alright. We're getting in here. Stamkos is fun. He's hurting my sheet by the off nights. But he's helped by the center, left wing, right wing, so it probably kind of comes out in the wash. I don't think I'm going to go higher than that, though. Lots of other players in this range. Okay, just doing another money check. Yeah, we were getting down to it here. There's still some nice players on the board, and we are getting down to it. I really think we're going to hit a spot here where there's going to be some screaming value. Carlson could be some screaming value. Chikrin came off the top power play. It's fun to do the Carlson bid. Who nominated this? Dark 29. It's a fun bid. Get Carlson out here on the board before Chikrin. Make people set the expectation. Okay. He's not going to go super cheap. I thought there was a chance that Chikrin could or Carlson, sorry, could go right around the $10 mark. But nobody being that loose with it. 14 is too cheap. I gotta get in on that. 16 is still too cheap. I gotta get in on that. 18 is a new proposition. I'm thinking about other defensemen. 19, I think I'm out. Yeah. I think I'll let that one run out. I missed Sergachev. What did Sergachev go for? 27. Goes for 20. I had him for 24, 22. Need the Skinner gif. I don't actually even know what that is. Oh, is that? Oh, from American Pie. Is that right? Honestly, when it comes to any question about who you wish you'd spend a little extra on, just look at Nimmer's roster. It's painful how accurate that is. Oh, man. We're steaming him up too much. We can't let his head get too big. Nimmer and I were 1-2 last year in the regular season. Neither of us pulled it off in the playoffs, but I think he was in the final, though. I got bounced. I was up against Nylander Kucherov in the second round of the playoffs, and they both just detonated. It was rough. Okay, Owen Tippett cannot be going for $10. Double digits on Owen Tippett. Is he did I miss news on Owen Tippett? Is he line 1, power play 1 now? The potential duos today look like Luchenko Tippett. Logan Cooley. Oh, goodness. Somebody hold me back. I'm not the only person who's going to be in on Logan Cooley, that's for sure, though. Okay, let's get him bid up. I've got a decent amount of money here to spend, right? 71, 74, 75. 16. I want Logan Cooley. I don't even know if I have Logan Cooley on any team so far this year. Is that true? I'm trying to think if I got Cooley. Oh, Simpsons. Simpsons reference. 18 is exactly what I had Cooley at, and never gets him. I had 2 center onlys already. I don't know. I don't like it. I don't like giving up guys that I like a lot. But there's still so many good players out here. Is Jordan Kyrou on power play 1? Not that I'm aware of, unless something changed recently. Yeah, I haven't seen anything new that would suggest that he is. Boyum, getting a little hypey here. I don't think he's going to have the peripherals necessarily that we might want, which could hurt him. And it's really about the ice time too, right? Like, we got Raymond, Johnston, Chikrin, Hamilton. We gotta get Hamilton out here. Somebody's gotta take him. Vince Dunn. Lots of good players still on the board. And no money to spend on them. I feel like I'm just gonna swallow up a bunch of $5 players. Okay. Okay, I understand. Thank you, Fantrax. There's so many players. 15 undone. Less than the sheet, but still just one in a tier. A big tier of guys who have not come off yet. Schaefer. You can have Schaefer. I agree he looks fantastic, but it's the Islanders still. I don't really know what the ceiling scenario is here. I mean, even with power play 1, it would be shocking for him to hit 50 points. Charles, hey Nate, I'm listening while cooking with my daughter 4, and she's like, is this the man you listen to in the car? If you're up for shouting out Eleanor, I'm sure she'd be very excited. Hi Eleanor. That is my daughter's name as well. It's a great name choice. Twinsies. Okay, Dougie Hamilton is up. I really don't know what to expect here because it's, yeah, nobody's got a lot of money. Theoretically, like on base projections, he comes out really hot, but that's with 22 power play points. Does he get that power play all year? He's either going to be... I kind of did this with Mike Matheson last year, where I overestimated Matheson's safety on top power play, and obviously Hudson came in. But like the downside scenario for Hamilton is so tough because Keefe did not really like him at even strength last year. They have a lot of defensemen, a lot of good young defensemen. Yeah. 18 feels like a really good value, but then I had a similar feeling about Matheson. I think I got him for like 19 last year. Similar profile, shoots a lot. I'm just trying to learn that lesson from last year, and maybe it's different in this case. And Hamilton stays on power play 1. But off of power play 1, he's probably like a 40-point defenseman with okay peripherals. Nyes is going to get hypey, I think, here, but he doesn't necessarily show out tremendously. He's not a big-time shooter. I only have him for 174 shots. That's with almost 20 minutes a night. So you can go here for 10, and I'm probably not going to jump. The sheet says $16.70, but I have a ton of guys in that range that are not going to go for close to this number. So there's that like mental adjustment I guess I'm doing, right? It's like this is one of the names that people get hypey for, and most people don't have it. I have him in a tier back, or maybe even 2 tiers back from where most people have him by my dollar values here. And so even if he went for less than my dollar amount, I probably wouldn't be in. And he didn't. He went for 30 cents more. Nolan, first book, looks like running away with this draft right now. Let's take a look. JT Miller, Jake Gensel, Jesper Bratt, Dylan Guenther, Seth Jones, Demidov, Thompson. Yeah, I love that draft. That's a great draft. Expect nothing less from Nolan. He's a great drafter. Where is Raymond for me? Was the top guy on the fan tracks board, so I think he'll get steamed up by anybody who's got a bit of money to spend here. I'm just waiting for this next tier to really fall off, because who is going to spend for it? Garrett has money. He's in on Raymond right now. I have money. Jordan has money. And that's really it. There are a lot of really good players still on the board. $25. That's actually above my value for Raymond. Emo Meyer. Meyer really hurt me last year. I don't know if I can do that to myself again. Left wing, right wing, though. Shots, though. Oh, God. I can't imagine. Like, is he going to go for more than Raymond here? He probably gets up to 20. I don't think he gets to 25. Okay, let's get him up to 20. And we'll have a conversation. $22 I'm okay with. The left wing, right wing is nice. But my sheet is accounting for that. I don't know if this is the guy for me to put the money in on. Who else is still out here? It's good value for Meyer. Man, I don't know. That one is a tough one. That one is a tough one. Maybe with Heischer too, because that would be a little stack. Oh shoot, I'm on the board. Let's get the Hughes hype going. What? Oh, did it time out on Anderson? Okay. Well, still had him in the queue, so it goes. If I get Anderson for $1, like, okay. I'll just take the first week starts. Or the first week. What's their address again? I'm getting texts. I got a goalie. I'm probably going to drop Anderson at some point, which is funny. Because he's going to split with Kachekov. I don't know. Whatever. It's fine. Cord went for 4. Okay. Warren Fogle. Anton Forsberg. We're really just out here doing streamers, eh? I just don't even think these streamers are worth $2. Maybe they're worth the $1. So yeah, you can nominate them. But oh boy, it's Jackson Lacombe. Get the checkbook out. Okay, can we get this up? Oh, okay. People actually did do the bid. Okay, we're in. So yeah, as soon as I click bid, then it does do the reset for me. But I actually have to click bid again. Super annoying. I want to see how hypey this Jackson Lacombe stuff gets. I've been hyping the bejeebers out of this, man. Do I have the most money on the board right now? I think I do. But I might get price enforced by some people who know that I'm high on Lacombe. I think I get him. 26. So Lacombe I had at $33.76. A lot of that was off nights, which is actually kind of important because Winnipeg, Calgary are not off nights teams. Actually, Winnipeg doesn't have bad off nights. They're fifth, tied for fifth. I don't know why I was confusing them with somebody else in my mind. But Calgary's on the bottom end. And I'm going to be in on... I'm probably going to try to get 5D, 5 solid D in this. Did that last year and it really helped. So I'm a big fan of getting Lacombe here. You heard my hot take on Lacombe. 60 points is in the cards, people. See what Tuck goes for here. I've got Tuck in a lot of places. I'm not mad about it. I'll do it again. I'll do it again. Got a few people bidding still here. Again, I feel like I'm in a spot I can price enforce. I don't have any true right wings yet. Nobody has this money to spend. I'm not the one with the most cash on hand anymore. I think I go one more. Can't let him go for less than 20, I don't think. I'd be happy to get him there. Okay, I think I got him. Oh no, last second. Rude. Okay. There's still other players, like pretty similar. Yeah, at the end of the day, I don't feel... And I've got a lot of tuck is another element here. Like I've got tuck in at least 2 other spots. And a lot of tuck in the drafters contest. So I've got a lot invested in tuck already, so... But I had him for $27.31 in my valuation. He goes for 20. That's what I mean. Like all these guys in here, I'm going to have, I feel like, for a lot more. You cannot pay me to bid real dollars on Darnell Nurse. Yeah, he's going to project for more than this, but like, there's zero upside with this pick. There are plenty of players with just as much floor who have more ceiling that you can get for $2. You cannot convince me that Darnell Nurse is a good pick for $8. Haha, got you, Nimmer. I've loved like every single one of your players so far, but that one I can hate on. In a Bangers Cats League, goals, assists, points, power play points, shots on goals, blocks, hits, how do you rank Jones, Lacombe, Hamilton, Harley? Probably still going Harley first. A lot of that is the upside that he does get on power play one and hangs on to it, but the upside is pretty tremendous. Then, without taking into account the off nights and stuff, it's probably... Jones and Lacombe is a real conversation to me. Cam York, okay. Jones and Lacombe feel pretty equal to me. Lacombe blocks more, but Jones hits more. Power play points, Jones probably has a bit more. Raw points, I think they're equal. Raw shots, I think they're equal. Yeah. Maybe Jones. Safer, probably. Harley, Jones, Lacombe, Hamilton. Final answer. Tuck is so reliable. Yeah, that is one of the biggest things, right? With Tuck. He's so reliable. Lundell. Sure. Let's get the Cam Yorks and Anton Lundells out of here. Granlund. Granlund is fun, but I'm not convinced he sticks on power play 1 or even in the top 6 necessarily all year. And he's way more assist heavy than shot heavy, which matters in this format a lot. Even with center, left wing, right wing, and Anaheim's off nights, he still comes out to a negative value for me. It's not by much, but it's there. Here we go, Wyatt Johnston. That's one people were waiting on for sure. Let's see what people spend here. 20. Yeah, probably going to go for the same as Tuck, right? Or similar. More. Ernie Clement, 2-run shot. Strikeout Stanton. Let's go. Jays talk, if you're curious. Johnson can go for 23, 24, whatever. I don't know. Johnston doesn't show out well for me this year. Like, yeah, I've got him for 72 points, 211 shots, but yeah, he doesn't elevate way above anything else I've got going on. He went for 24. There's still players, man. Larkin's one of them. What does Larkin go for? I've got Point and Heischer. Tried his middle of the road off nights. Larkin should go for like 20, but will he? Does anybody even have that money to spend? Jordan does. Jordan, Garrett H. Garrett is getting down there. I'm just staying patient. I think. There's still some players I want, man. Still some players I really want. Maybe I'll get stream sniped on this, but like Sean Monahan is going to go for $2 in this. And he's going to be in your lineup all year long. Just saying. Chikrin. This is Big D left. Giggity. Thanks for the live stream. Really educational. No problem. glad to help. I was going to be sitting here anyway, so I figured I may as well talk my way through it. Who's got money? Who's going to bid Chikrin up to where he should go? I've got 3 really solid defense. I kind of did this last year as well, and it really paid off for me. My defense just crushed everybody else's, and I'm hoping that we'll get something similar this year. I don't know what people are going to do here. There's no way. Am I really going to get in on this again? I can't let him go for 17. $19. Like, this is good value. I don't know. Maybe I should have gone one more. That was a tough one. That was good value. But it also would have taken almost half my budget. And there's still so many players that are popping off the sheet to me. Last year, there were like a few players that were, I was like, oh, this guy's really gonna go for way less. Matt Zuccarello was one that went for like $13 less than the sheet had him for at the end of the draft. This year, there's going to be like 10 or 20 players in that range. What do I have McAvoy for? Okay. People need defense. I think I can bid people up on defense a little bit, to be honest, because they're going to need them. McAvoy's pretty boring. I don't think he's the guy I'm going to stake my claim on here. There's other boring players I can get. He goes for 13. That's good value by the sheet. I just don't want to be attached to Boston unless it's like crazy good value. Wait, what was I watching? Why was it 2-1 in that? Was I watching a replay? Weird. Okay. 2-2. Eric Carlson. Okay, I'm going to get him at 11. I don't think he should go this cheap. And I'd be fine with him at 11. Okay, somebody can have him now. I don't really want to be on Carlson. But yeah. 12 is fine. Other D I'm happier with. Get a couple that I think I'll stick on the roster all year. Aaron Ekblad is pretty interesting. He was on the top power play. He's got pretty good peripherals always. I just don't think there's a lot of upside necessarily. Like, even though he's on this power play, it's the worst version of this power play, right? Nimmer. I'm not letting Nimmer get a huge steal on Ekblad, that's for sure. That's for damn sure. I'll go 7 on Ekblad, but I'm not going to chase him up higher than that. 7 feels good. I know he got banged up there, but Peripherals are really strong. In a 16-team 4D league, he sticks on the team all year, right? So, and now I'm looking for one more D to round it out. I've got Lacombe with really good off nights. Winnipeg actually has pretty good off nights. Kyrou. This is one of those top names that's going to be interesting. He might get pushed down. Or he might go up. Who's got money? Jordan still has a lot of money here. He's seeing the same thing I'm seeing. He's being more patient than I am, which I think will serve him well. Nolan is also still being patient. Yeah, this is a great team. I'm not a huge fan of Demidov personally, but everything else I love about this team. And he stayed patient. Kyrou this low is nuts. He's got to go higher than this. I don't really want another piece of Kyrou in my 2 tier 1 leagues necessarily. But this valuation is pretty low. 14 is pretty nice. Pretty nice. Very nice. I do need some right wing. I have Ovechkin who's left wing, right wing. Three, two count. Quentin Byfield. Oh. 7th strikeout in 3 innings. Very solid work. Byfield. Fun pick. I'm not going to spend a ton of money on Byfield, personally. Nimmer can have him for 10. Yeah, let's get all of Nimmer's money off the board, please. Please. Let's get all of Nimmer's money off the board. If you went 4 and 1 Makar at 66, would you still go 5D, or would the extra $30 spent on D-man make you go 4 instead? No, I'd still go 5. I would probably just, instead of Ekblad at 7, or maybe even one of these my 2-3 guys would get pushed down instead, So instead of them being $35 and $26 guys, they'd maybe be a 26 and a $10 or $15 guy, and Ekblad and whoever the 5th was might be both under $5. That's really the big difference, I think. Montour. This will be interesting. Nobody's got money left. Nolan's going to want a piece of this. Have to bid him at 9. Can't imagine I get him at 9 now. Just kind of price enforcing a little bit there. Make him go to 10. Good deal. Could have done that one. Seattle's off nights are not great. I would love to stick with more off nights on the last D. I do have the Anaheim and Winnipeg, but one more would not be a bad thing. Just to make sure that those 5D are always rotating in. I do think that's an advantage in this league. $16 teams times 4 defensemen. If you're not utilizing those spots and getting value out of those spots, it's not great. $2 on Anze Kopitar. I was never going to be the high guy on Kopitar. He's a minus $4 player for me. Nichushkin. Oh yeah, I forgot about re-adding players to my queue. Look at all these players, man. These are going to be $5 players, and they're tremendous players. So many good players. It's so tough to stay patient because these values are so good now relative to the board, but I can't get them all. Bro. Nichushkin is a guy I could go for. It looks like there's a few other people who are pretty high on him. I've still got a few other looks too. There's some good players out there, man. For $15 of Nichushkin, I can get 3 other players who project not that far off. Nichushkin probably has a higher ceiling than those guys, and that's why he goes. Who got him? Nolan. It's a good pick for Nolan. Nolan's got $16 left for 9 players. There's Luke Hughes. See if this one gets hypey. Jordan's got money and no defense so far. So that could be one. Seabass is still in. I mean, I'd love to have Hughes. I just don't think... I don't think... He doesn't project well, right? It's really all about how fast he gets that top power play. I do love Hughes. I think this is pretty good value for him, but I think, yeah, there's some people still in on it. In a vacuum, this is good value on Luke Hughes. In the context of who's still available, I think I am going to remain patient. Of course, Nimmer's going to get him, though. Good grief. What a guy. You liking Landeskog this year? Yeah, I mean, line 2, power play 2 all through preseason, so that's going to hold him back, at least on a baseline projection. I think Riley's going to go into double digits here. He's kind of like the last power play 1 defenseman, I think. I haven't really been paying too close attention. I think so. So I think there's... And this is like... Me and Nimmer have D filled out, but there are a lot of teams that are hurting. And it's really hard to fill it out at the end with just guys you're hoping. And then you get into the potential of not using your roster spots effectively. And you get into the potential of, I drafted really well at forward, but it doesn't even matter because I'm wasting 4 roster spots all year. First and third, Kirk at the plate. I'm a nominal Jays fan, really. I played baseball growing up. I loved the sport, but I cannot claim that I follow the Jays much on a day-to-day basis. Kirk is an easy guy to root for. I mean, I don't really know that much about the player, but I don't know, it just seems like a character. $5 for Vander Kane. It's pretty good value. Top power play. Sam Bennett. I wonder if people will bid this one up. Who's got money? Still Jordan. Jordan hasn't found his guy yet. M. Stone's still got money. Spent a lot on defense. That was all of his money on defense and Marner. It's interesting. And then not much left here. Sam Bennett's just not the guy I think I'm going to go for. Nolan and Jordan bidding him back and forth. I think Nolan might just be price enforcing a bit. I don't know if he's really wanting to spend his last dollars there. Okay, Stone getting in. Come on, Kirky. Uh-oh. Oh, just the out. Scores a run. That'll do. 3-zip. $9 for Bennett. That's not really great value to me. I think we got way better values coming up on guys I have ranked higher. Stay quiet with that one. Still running around second, 2 out. Single scores him. Jeff Skinner goes for $1. I mean, you shouldn't go for more. Here's Barzal. I think I will have a fight on my hands if I really want to dig in on Barzal, though. I think Jordan nominated him with the intention of getting him. He's got more money. Who's bidding on this? Garrett. Okay, Seabass is going to enforce it up. Yeah, I think this is Jordan's guy. I'm just going to bid him up. Make sure he doesn't get too low. Yeah, I'm not going to let him get away with a cheap Barzal here. Great player. Okay, Jordan let him go for 17. Okay. I could have gone for that one. One more. Maybe I should have. Again, just so... Oh, 4-0. I missed it. Oh, we're pausing. I'm guessing that means take a quick break. Okay, I'm going to take a quick break as well. BRB. And we're back. 5-0 Jays. Let's go. I love Auction Draft. Really hope I'll climb a couple rankings so I can try it against the best in the world too. It's real fun. Yeah, I would not devote this much time to a draft if I didn't find the format exceptionally fun. I do really enjoy the format. I wonder what goalies we got out here still. Gibson's still out here. Could go with the Jet Greaves swing. I don't know. We'll figure it out. Most teams do have two. I mean, this is Vamilka Forsberg, so I don't know if that counts, but it's 2 players. I think they're going to start it back at 5:05. Gotta figure out if I got a target left here. What do we got left at the defense position? Not a lot. There's one guy in particular I'm eyeing, and a backup option. Oh, there's a couple backup options. I don't know if I want. There's some options. We are not hurting at defense. Oh, that's annoying. When I filter that, it removes all my goaltenders. I guess that doesn't really matter at this point. Just talking to myself. No one else can see what I'm doing here. Two count. Low. Do you have an FL in Apples and Ginos 2 on Patreon? I only saw a chance of FL. Yeah, so we do. We have the Apples and Ginos Patron League. Strikes out. Oh, you gotta love that. Man is absolutely dealing. Yeah, we have the APL, Apples and Ginos Patron League. We are starting this year. It's first year. CUS is in Tier 1. Who you know, apparently. What's your opinions on Holloway this year? He was amazing early December free agent for me. I like Holloway a lot. I think the underlying stuff looks pretty legit. 200 shot, 200 hit potential. That's with 17.5 minutes time on ice and only 14 power play points. Gets him to 63 overall in the projection for me. So it all looks good on Holloway for me. I would like to see him on that top power play unit. They've been putting Shen there. So that's one spot that I wish he was occupying that he's not currently. I wonder who Jordan's waiting on. That is the big question for me. I'm sure he's got targets down here. Like, he's looking at the same thing as me. He's seeing all these big names and saying, hey. It's crazy that there's no Dynasty hockey rankings out there. Very few good Keeper League ones. the problem with rankings in general in hockey is that there's so many different formats and it changes player evaluation so much. It's really hard to put out rankings. You can put out projections. That part's relatively easy. You got to do the work, but you can put them out. But to have, like, to try to put together some sort of comprehensive dynasty ranking, you have to do it to some certain system. Because, yeah, like some leagues have plus minus and some don't, right? Some have hits and blocks and some don't. Like, it's so different. Strikes him out. 9th strikeout in 3 2/3. That's crazy work. All right, we should be getting underway here shortly. And I think I will refresh. Let's see what they're saying in the chat. Here we go. I'm going to reconnect on this. I'm not going to be mad if I miss on Bo Horvat, so it's a good player to miss on if we have to. Okay. Horvat in the ranks shows out pretty well. I mean, it's hard to get super excited about it, but I mean, I'll bid $3. $4, $5, sure, I'll bid $5. $7? Is he that much better than anybody else out here? Probably not. Yep, not going up. 1-2 count. Ooh, inside. $9. Strikes him out again. 10 strikeouts in 4 innings. That's gnarly. Strikes at the side. What a monster. Sorry for the baseball talk. I'm usually not like this, I promise. All right, Landeskog's up. That's a fun one. Landeskog has a decent ranking for me here. Left wing's not necessarily what I need, but Gauthier, my other left wing only. Let's see what people will pay for Landeskog. I was going to say, surely I will not get him for it. Do I want to go 5? I think I do. Do I? I wasn't sure, so I let it go. There's still other players. I already have Landeskog as well in other spots. He's not on top line or top power play at the moment, which doesn't mean that much, but it means something. It's a big day for Toronto sports. I don't apologize. I love that. Parayko. So Parayko projects really well, but it's pretty much all downside from this because there's no chance really that he's on top power play. But like shots, hits, blocks, does all the peripheral stuff. I don't know if he hits double-digit goals again, but he's probably around it. St. Louis does seem to run a lot of offense through their defense under Montgomery, which is pretty interesting. $3 feels like a good value. If I had my other target at defense go off and he had gone higher than I was willing to go, then I would have probably been in on that Parayko value there. Kadri is one of the biggest values still on the board, or biggest projections still on the board, I guess I should say. This might be a big Jordan target. That wouldn't be surprising. Okay, let's get him bid up here. He's not going to go for this. How high would I go for Kadri is a valid question, but he should get up into double digits. Jordan has a lot of money. I think he'll probably go higher than this. Kadri. I'm going to go one more at least. Do I do another one? There's still other guys. I think I can push him one more. And if I get him, I get him. Yeah. Thought I could push Jordan on that one. I thought he was waiting on that one, and he was. That'll put him closer to being on more even footing with me. Still got more dollars. Got one more player to take. But that's good value. Yeah. I wonder, looking back, I'm going to have to think about this draft a lot more. Like last year, I felt like I was crushing it from early on with the values I got early. This year, that didn't happen. And I was right that the values came through later. So maybe I should have stayed even more patient on maybe one of Morrissey or Uyghur specifically. And gotten like Chikrin at a real value. I'm going to go $5 on Rust and then back out. You know, he's out, but he projects really well. When he plays, he's going to be really good. Oh, man, I want to go 7. I need right wing. I'm going to go 7. I don't even know if I actually want him at that, but I can't let him go for less. Goes for 8. I think I got to get him to double digits. $24 in my sheet for Brian Rust. I know there's risk, but like he's very, very valuable in this format, especially with the shot volume. There he goes. We got him. $9, Brian Rust. Needed the right wing. I know he's out at the moment, but who are we going to nominate here? I wonder, is there a goalie that I want to try to sneak through? Should we try to sneak through Gibson for $1 and just see if it happens? If somebody else bids and... Oh, gosh, this bear went off because of my queue. It's embarrassing. How many times have I auto-queued the player? Too many. All right, we're getting down into it now with my dollars available, and there's still so many players. Rust, when healthy, will crush that value for me. Runner on. Cost to spare for 5, sure. For Hagee, one of the higher ranked players left on the board. Jordan's going to be in here. Who else can push him? M. Stone. Swaggy or Hagee. I think I bid 8. I think Jordan's going to pop back in here. Unless Verhaeghe's really not his guy. Okay, he's into double digits. Really? So that's not Jordan's guy. We're all trying to figure it out. Okay, what's the highest we got? 23, 29, I got 28. Jordan's got 47. Svechnikov is his guy. That could be. Line 2, but power play 1 so far. Okay, well, we're going to bid him up into double digits at least. I'm going to bid the 9 so I don't have to bid the 10. Oh, that takes Frank out. Okay, that's fine. I'm not going to bid higher than that. Svechnikov was only a $15 player for me, so it's not huge value. Especially considering what players are going off at this point. Nikishin. I like this player. I was going to say, if nobody's going to bid, then I'll at least bid the $2. I like the player a lot. Another walk. Manager's coming out. Oh, no, is that not the manager? No, it's not. Eventually, Jordan will spend money, right? You have to think so. Nolan gets Nikishin for 4. Hey, Nate, question. 10 mean league similar scoring to FPPL. That's Fantasy Puck League, I think. Drop 1 to make room for streams. Drop Nurse, Meyer, Holloway, Vander Kane on the wire, Jenner, Vamelka, Romanov, Terry, Monahan, etc. Slavkovsky's nominated. He's not in consideration for me. It's a good question. It's probably Nurse for me. I don't know if I'm dropping any of them for who you've got on the wire in those settings necessarily, though. Like Nurse and Romanov are not that dissimilar. Nurse has a little bit more offense. Yeah. 7 for Slav. Blake's in here. Happy with the team so far? Relatively. Oh, here's Josh Gibson. Josh Norris. I looked at John Gibson and said John Gibson. Josh Norris. I mean, it's 4 hours in. Josh Norris, $4. I don't think I'm going to be the high guy on Josh Norris when there's all this still out here. How can I possibly go $5 on Josh Norris when all this is still happening? It's good value. The squad is different, and that's kind of just throwing me mentally, I guess, a little bit. But I think it's good in a vacuum compared to my values. I've gotten people at pretty good values. I don't think I've done as well this draft as I did last draft, like last year's draft. But there's still time. I might just absolutely love some of these later values here, and that might get me to a spot where, you know, I'm just head over heels with the team. See if Jordan's in on Holloway. I'd like to have Holloway on my team. I think a lot of people would like to have Holloway on their team. But it's definitely a player that people are going to have to pay up for. I'll go 8. I think we're going to get this guy into double digits. I'm going 10. And probably pausing there. Cool. Love that for me. Still looking for right wings. Holloway I had for $27.83. So smash value. Three-one count. First and second. No outs. Antilli for 4. Strong. I might end up with Yanni Newman. Very well might. Who are these Blue Jays, and are they going to heal a lifetime's worth of Toronto fandom trauma? I don't know if you can go that far, but you have to like what we're seeing out of this squad. It's so fun. Where's Trouba? I gotta scroll all the way down for Trouba here. Nice. Yeah, You can have Trouba. I'm not going to fight you for him. Who's not me? Okay. I was wondering if it was back to me. Spencer Knight. He can have him, man. That Chicago D is looking rough. Full bases loaded, 1-1. Schneider up. Let's keep it rolling. 5 runs is not enough. We need more. Ooh. That was a nice pitch. 97 with movement. That's crazy. Knight for $1. I mean, that's fine. Chicago could exceed expectations. I don't know if you can say that that's the most likely scenario, but it could happen. 1-2 pitch. Whoa. You can't watch it. Jake Wallman. Love me some Jake Wallman. Is Jordan going to go in on Jake Wallman? Is this the 0D strat and Jake Wallman is the linchpin? Mr. Halsey coming in hot. No, I can't let him go. Allman was the guy I was waiting for. Lacombe, you can see maybe over here I got for $26. Wallman suffered an injury setback. Yeah, but he's still Wallman. I still want him. Erickson Eck. That one should get chased up a bit. Got a few guys that are going to hit the IR here. It's not ideal, I guess, but Jordan's going to get Erickson Eck for a steal. It's got to feel good for him. I'm down to some of my last dollars here. Only got 6 spots to fill, though. Got $2 per player. Still got a little bit of money to throw around at some of these guys. Who else has money? So Jordan still got the most. Frank DeGronk has a little bit. Memory. Everybody else is kind of in the same boat after that. Stone, I guess. Shabbat was the other one I was considering. If Wallman had gone higher, I would have just held off and grabbed Shabbat here. Which for $3. Okay, $4. Oh my goodness, I missed it. Rewind. Oh man. Vladdy's second deck shot. Grand slam. Oh my goodness. Who are these Jays? What did I value Jeek around? I had him for 20. So it's good value. It's not insane. Wallman was better value, according to my sheet. Velarde. Pretty good. $6. Nothing crazy. Troy Terry. Somebody's going to bid on him, right? Okay, I'm bidding $4. I don't think I can go higher. I want to. I really want to. I already have literally the exact same Lacombe, Gauthier, and Terry in another spot. I don't know if I want that again. I love Troy Terry, but tying up the same trio of players in multiple spots. Just seems like bad process. Oh, it's me. It's me. See if I can sneak Gibson for $1. I doubt it. Somebody who doesn't have a goalie is going to go for it. I'm pretty sure. If they do, whatever. Vladdy should have done the full-on Jose Bautista bat flip there. I got Gibson for $1. Let's go. That opens up another spot, another $1 for me. Freddie Anderson and John Gibson. 0G life. Hurdle. This might be Jordan's. He might have been waiting on this. Jordan is literally going to go into the season with $1 defenseman. It's interesting. Could pay off. Follow-up question. Worst players being Kane, Holloway, Meyer, Nurse. The best are on free agents are Jenner, Norris, McCann, Vamelica, Monahan. Would you hold the fort, not stream to get more info? Yeah, probably. Probably holding off on that one. Jordan gets his guy. Hurdle. Great value. Terrific value. $8. Had him for just under 21. Batherson. Also injured, but getting closer to returning. He's been skating away from the team. Man, I don't want to bid on another injured guy, but it's great value. Yeah, I'm not going to chase a guy up. I got my two top of my board targets at good value in Holloway and Wellman. I just have to be content with that. Another one. Who are these Jays? Seriously. Let's go. $10 on Batherson is nice. Will Smith. Fun one. Is Will Smith worth $4 to me, though? Probably not. If I'm being honest with myself. Not on this squad. Varsho. Shabbat went for 4. Smith goes for 4. Patience. Patience. I'm talking to myself. Who else has the money to go $2 on players? I think we might just get everybody. I might not get exactly what I want here. There's still players, man, that I like. I like it a lot. I'm not going to on Samiskevich. You can have him, Nolan. Hutch is in here. Let's go Blue Jays. Let's go. Oh my goodness. Are we seriously bidding $2 on Samiskevich? Let's wrap this thing up. Yeah, I think a lot of people might have done their values based a lot on last year's values and didn't really account for the fact that there's an extra $64 at least off the board this year with the 18 skaters versus the 14 from last year's draft. Romanov, I'm not bidding anything on. You can have them. Donato's interesting. I'll go 2. I'm not going to bid 3, but I'll go 2. I think this is maybe the strategy is just go 2. If I get him for 2, then I'm happy. But I don't need to... Yeah. I'm going to need a special player for 3 or more at this point. And I was pretty interested in Donato, but the fact that he's not getting power play 1, it's going to Nazar. I mean, it makes Nazar very interesting, obviously. But yeah. Cooley is another one who shows up pretty good in the sheet. But again, not worth more. Wait, where's Kreider? I gotta get Kreider out of here. There's so many good players out here, dude. Dead. Wow. Really went deep into the bro well on that one. Sandheim for 2. 3. Okay. Okay. Askarov, you can have. Give that one to you for free. What else do we got here? Oh my goodness. Did we really have to wait till the end to bid up the goaltender? Let's get it off the board, please. So many good players. Man. Gotta be a little bit careful that I don't leave myself any room for streaming. Like, I just love all these players. I get a bunch of $2 players and no guys that I want to drop after week 1. That's also a possible outcome. Dorofeev's going to get bid up. I don't think he's the player to spend my last $5 bid on. I've already got Dorofeev in a spot. I don't feel the need to be the Dorofeev guy. Oh, I was going to say, Besser is a guy I'll bid $2 on, but not more. Fits into that mold. $3 Brock Besser. It's fine value. Cousins nominated at 3. Is that the highest? Yeah. Goes for 4. I assume he won't go higher, but maybe he will. I've got Cousins in a spot already as well. Popped up. Get there. Nice. $5 for Cousins. Frank de Gronk. It's a great name. Marchand. Is Marchand a $2 player for me? Okay, somebody else did it. Okay. I think he has to be power play 1 at the moment. $3 is good. Pretty soon we're going to start spinning through these guys. One more till my quote. Here's Monahan. Okay, he goes for 3. I thought Monahan might go for a lot less. Like, well, not a lot, I guess, but I thought he might go for 2. Which at this point is like a fair bit. Like, every dollar is a big deal at this point, so. Ooh, 4. Okay. Okay. All right. I think we throw Chris Kreider out there. I think somebody will take him, but if I get him for $1, even though I have Gauthier, I think I'm just gonna, yeah, okay, $2 fine. Somebody can take him there. I just didn't want him to go for $1. And like I said, every dollar does actually make a little bit of a difference down here. It prevents somebody from overshooting your bid later. $4. Okay, Nimmer. That's who you're waiting on. I mean, he's worth it. There are a few players who are worth it, but he's definitely one of them. McCann. I'm going to bid my $2. I'm not going to bid 4. If he was center right wing, I might actually consider it since I only have the one true right wing. I like McCann. But we're down to it here. $3 gets him. Maybe I should have waited and bid him at 3. He could have been my $3 guy. Drysdale you can have. I think Drysdale's kind of... I just have not seen anything to suggest that Drysdale is good. I'm looking for it, but I cannot find it. I mean, he's got the opportunity, but he's had the opportunity for years. Literal years. Toffoli's a $2 player. Ah, come on, Nolan. Foley might be a $4 player. How do you feel about that? Oh, he thinks he's a $5 player. Okay. Fine. Huberto. This is not going to be a $2 player for me. All right, thanks for hanging out. Yeah, that's late. Finish the watch tomorrow. We'll catch you then. And welcome back. Oh man, that's a joke that's only funny to me. Sucks when the draft room is littered with A and G truthers. Yeah, there's a lot of them in here. Nazar's worth 2. With that power play. And the upside, Chicago off nights. Nazar's a $2 player to me. 2-2 pitch. Yikes. And now he's a $3 player. Okay. Well, fine. Can I have some of my $2 players, please? Edvinson, not on my radar. These are just people trying to fill out their goalies now. Or fill out their defensemen. My goodness, I really am fried, aren't I? Oh my goodness, another homer. Springer. Okay, we have Dark who has money. Memory has money. Red Lamp has a little. I've got purchasing power here. Bobrovsky is a $2 player. I'm basically like left wing, right wing with top power play. I'm gonna pay $2. In a 16 team league, I think DeBrus sticks on your team the whole year. I don't think anybody's gonna. Oh, wow. Okay. I was trying to justify the pick and I don't have to. Who from the A&G community is your favorite to beat in fantasy? I don't know. I like beating Blake because so then I can talk about it on the pod. Like, that's fun. Yeah, there are a lot of people like Nimmer is someone who I've played against a lot of times in really high levels of competition. So that feels good to beat him sometimes. I don't know if there's like a single answer to that for me necessarily. Cam Fowler goes for $2. That's a good pick. Like, he's not great, but $2 pick at the end here. Yeah, like maybe I would have rather had Fowler for 2 than Ekblad for 7. Arvidsson, I'm not touching. I think he goes straight through. This is interesting at this point in the draft, the people who only have $1 left. Do they just try to nominate a guy they want every single time, even when other people have money? Do they try to nominate somebody that they think, like Duchesne will probably go for more than $1? So do they try to nominate that guy to get other people to only $1 so that they can then get their guy? But what if somebody else nominates him? So you're always playing that game. It's fun. Fun, fun, fun. think I've got my general plan of attack figured out here. Oh, I missed a player. March says a $2 player. Did I get that? No. Okay, I'm not going higher. I think I missed Cooley. Yeah, he went for 3. Cooley went for 3. March so for 3. March so for 3 is nice. Who's got money? 3 the highest now. So if I bid 3 on a player, I get him. Oh, iForest has a chance. Okay. Hannafin is baffling to me that people are into this. He's not even... There has to be multiple injuries for him to get power play 1. He's not, like, great at anything. Doesn't, like, his hits, his blocks are not spectacular. The shots are, like, decent for defensemen. But, like, you cannot say that that's an exciting profile. Baffling pick for me. Why people are touting him as a sleeper, I cannot figure that one out, personally. So basically, if I bid $3, I should get the player unless it's one of iForest's targets. That's really the only other player who can bid that much. $2 on Sherwood. We just got to figure out who these last few players are for everybody. And then this will power down. Lekanen is somebody I will bid for on. So I think I should just auto get him. Nobody else can bid for. Like iForest can bid for, but no more. So I think it should just auto go to my team. No? Lekanen is one I was waiting on. He's had some top power play looks already over Landeskog. Seems like they're going to play him on the top line. He's going to be super valuable. Even without top power play, he's going to be good. In a 16-team league, he's absolutely going to be worth it. I was hoping to get him at 3, but I was content to get him at 4. That does make me question whether I'll be able to get both of my other 2 targets here. Wait, why did Lekanen... Oh, because he's left wing only on Fantrax. That is one weird thing about this, is that he's left wing only when actually he's left wing, right wing on Yahoo. Lekanen really has been forgotten about in these leagues. I'm just not bidding on any D at this point. There's no defensemen that are high enough rank for me that I'll be interested. This is my bid here after this pick goes off. I think I'm trying to figure out who iForest is hanging on for here. I think I'm going to nominate Duchesne for $1. I imagine he gets bid up pretty quickly here. Then I'm going to go to 3 and see if iForest goes to 4. If he goes to 4, he can have him. Okay. Actually, oh no, I can't even go 5. Why is it telling... Yeah, it should gray this out and just auto do it. I don't know why the computer can't figure that out. I can't go higher. But now iForest is off, which means I have the highest purchasing power. I have $4. The next highest, does anybody have 3? Okay, we still have 3, but we don't have higher. There's still good players out here, man. I have to be careful. Like, I could end up with players that I don't want to drop and, like, feel like I can't stream. It's a real danger for me. Real good players still out here. I need some right wing for sure. But there's still guys. Person went off, Clark went off. You're getting down to it. The Jet Greaves nom. If I only had one goaltender, I might do it, but I don't think so. Who's Forrest gonna nominate here? Brock Nelson. Nelson being on that power play is sending me, man. I don't know what to make of that. He would be great if he's on there all year. I don't know if he's a $2 player. I have $7 left for 4 players. Okay, somebody else did it. That's fine. I just have not been able to wrap my head around that one. Leo Carlson. Do I add Leo Carlson? I was considering this. I don't think so. He has pop-off potential. I might regret that one, but I'm going to let him go. Nolan gets him too. I know he was squeezing the cheeks on that one. Always wanted to try an auction draft. Not sure my family would allow it. Yeah. It's always a struggle every year. I'm so happy when I see my draft mates take Hannafin. Yeah. It's legit, man. Lafreniere could be a $2 player. Is a $2 player. Okay, worst value so far in your opinion? Oh, that's a tough one. There was one player. We're already down to $1 bids. What? We're not all at $1 bids. Almost all $1 is. Zegras. It hasn't come around. Boone Jenner is the $2 player. Has anybody got money to take him? Oh, Dark. Dark was waiting on Boone Jenner. Do I go an extra dollar on Boone Jenner? I didn't think I would have to. That would take me down. That would be my last player. No, I'm letting it go. Still other players out there. Oh boy. They're on the board. That's painful. Hunter's Lee. Toronto, I'm not interested in. I didn't think I'd get sniped on Jenner there. Otherwise, I might have waited. Does anybody have $3 anymore? No. Seabass and Jordan have $2 max bids. They're the only others. Okay. So I can get my my noms at 2, or just take them. Okay, Jordan wanted Chris Letang. Okay. I mean, he projects, I guess, on the high side. Okay. Coming up on mine. Kent Johnson, that's one of my guys. Thank you. I will take him off your hands. Center, left wing, right wing. That was one I was waiting on. I was going to nominate him, but now I don't have to, which actually makes my job even easier. Matt Coronado is, I think, the other guy I want to take here. Yep. Cool. He was on the list. There were a couple of guys on the list. And I still got one more spot and then a $1. One more $2 bid and then another $1. But that really opens me up, actually. Take whoever I think is best. Gronk to Gronk. Lindholm's a good one. Like, you're probably not going to get sniped on that. Feels good to get the center, left wing, right wing out of Kent Johnson. Don't think that's a player I'm dropping. I feel this team is quite deep, but not elite necessarily anywhere, which is a weird feeling. Not sure how I feel about that still. D'Angelo is not a player I'm going for. But who am I going for here, though? Yeah, I think it's going to be Sagan. I'll just let him go if somebody wants him for 2, but I think I might get him for 1. I think only Seabass can bid 2 now, and so he's literally only got one guy in mind. So I think I get him, and then I can basically get my pick of who I want. Sagan still projects well even without top power play. Now I've got a lot of right wings at the end of it all. I was worried about it for a minute there, but kind of came back the other way. Got good optionality. The Kent Johnson pick was kind of huge for that. Center, left wing, right wing. So that's nice. Now I gotta figure out who I'm spending the last $2 on. It's not gonna be Rasmus Anderson. Anderson does project like to be decent, but who's left on Chicago? Is Teravainen still out there? Yeah, even as okay. Jimmy Snuggles was Seabass's guy. I don't know why it doesn't just go. Like, no one can outbid this. Why doesn't it just go? Okay, I'm the only person holding up this draft now. From just being a bunch of nominations. So I think I'm just going to go for a first game stream here. And then plan to drop and pick up after. There's still good players out here, which is crazy. But we've definitely taken all the ones that were like screaming out to me. 1, 2 count, 2 out. Let's not let them get anything here. Connor McMichael's not the guy. Foul. I feel bad that I'm kind of holding up this draft, but I can't really do anything about it. I did want to have the optionality to choose my streamer. That's why I ended up letting Sagan go in at $1 when like Snuggard and those guys were still out there. Marco Rossi's a nice one. Sneak that one in for $1 late. Feels good. Weird team. Man, it does feel weird. Struck him out. Let's go. It's power play 1 for Washington, all the usual suspects, and then in like the last spot is currently PLD, not Chikrin. So Strome, Wilson, Ovechkin, Carlson, and then PLD was the last that I saw anyway, unless there's new updates today that I missed. Eklund is a good pick, but I don't really, like, he's not a streamer, and this is a pick that I want to be a streamer now. If I was looking for another guy to potentially hold for the whole season, I would do Eklund, so I would really like that pick. Ferrier is questionable for opening night. Yeah, I know. Otherwise, he'd be gone. In a standard points league out of 3, would you take Panarin, Reinhardt, or Forsberg for a second-round pick? I don't necessarily know what you mean by standard. If you mean like Yahoo standard, then I think it would be Panarin. Does Yahoo have hits? No. Without hits, it's Panarin. With hits, it's Forsberg. You got line A. You're fine. Ekholm's a nice $1 nomination. Good at even strengths. My team is very deep, but it might be almost too deep in a way. Like I should have an extra streamer, but I have a couple guys. Like Rust is going to go to IR right away, so then I'll go pick somebody up. Wallman, it sounds like, is probably going to be going to IR, and I'll pick somebody up. Actually, when does Edmonton play their first game? Where's Edmonton at here? Edmonton. Okay, they play the Wednesday. Hopefully he plays. Is Bertuzzi out here still? Yeah. Either of these guys I would, honestly, at this point, because I'm just planning on playing them for one night, I think I would just, to speed the draft up, I would just take them with $2, whoever got nominated first, if somebody nominated them. Nick Schmaltz, good player, line 1, power play 1 at the moment. All right, let's get this done, eh? If anyone would just nominate a Chicago guy, like, I'll do it. Of course, nobody wants to do that. They want to get their guy through, and I respect it. Philip Roenick. Frank de Gronk. That's a great name. Fun to say. I feel bad being the guy holding this up, but we're almost there. Trent Frederick, sure. Also, I'm not the only one just like totally not noticing that my nomination is up. Popped up. All right, who we got? Give me the Chicago guy. I'll bid the $2 and we'll get this thing. I was trying to get this show on the road. Actually, Protoss is a pretty good full week streamer. I just don't know that I need a full week streamer. Okay, here we go. I'm nominating Teravainen for $2. It's going to go through. It's going to make everybody wait. No one can bid. We don't need to wait. All right. Well, that's my team. We are done. Here's the roster. Which way is easier to look at it? No, that way is not very fun. This is easier to look at. Heisher, Point, Gauthier, Ovechkin, Rust, Kent Johnson, Ekblad, Lacombe, Morrissey, Uyghur, Holloway, Wallman, Anderson, Gibson are the goalies. Lehkonen, Coronado, Sagan, and Teravainen on the bench. I will be dropping some of these guys to IR and then picking up some early week streamers. Getting to biz. Hopefully nobody takes Bertuzzi, but I'm sure somebody will. Yeah, I think the team has a ton of floor, but I'm probably going to need a bust-out performance or two from somebody like Holloway, from somebody like Gauthier, from somebody like, who's the other guy I was looking at? Lacombe, from somebody like Coronado. Probably going to need that to really elevate myself into the elite, but it's definitely possible. I mean, Kirill Marchenko was on the wire in this league last year. Like, there are definitely lots of really good players that will still be available, even though it's a 16-team league with some good. Yeah, there goes Tyler Bertuzzi to Jordan. No surprise. Yeah. So yeah, I think the team has a ton of floor. It looks really good on paper. To just like be in it every week. The question will be, can I get enough upside out of it to have the spike weeks in the playoffs that I'll need to beat some pretty good opponents who will obviously be the best of the best at that time. So, yep, that's where we're at. Yeah, I don't feel, last year I felt tremendous about the team. This year I feel solid about the team. So it was a weirder draft for sure. Everybody spent all their money. I did get value late relative to the sheet. And so that's what's keeping me feeling pretty good. Another home run. Is that Farshow again? I missed it. I just saw the solo home run pop up. Holy. People getting their money's worth. Rogers Center today. Yeah. Yeah, like I think the floor of this team is super good. I have so many 60-point scorers. I have so many guys. Like the defense is super solid. My second D is better than most people's second D, is better than a lot of people's first D. My third D is definitely better than most people's second D. My fourth D is better than most people's third D. My fifth D is better than, like, it's just, my D is better than everybody else's. So that part feels really good. Now I guess I'm a Zane Perek hater, and I hope Uyghur stays on power play all year. But even so, at the value that I got him at, I still feel good about it. Yeah, this is the only format in which I'll get Uyghur, it feels like. But, I mean, I got value. I can't really complain. I guess I paid at value for points. I paid at value for Morrissey. So, I mean, I guess I could have held out there and maybe squeezed a couple more dollars of value. But I don't think I needed to. So, yeah. I'm feeling pretty solid about the team. But it needs some work to make it into a monster, I think. And obviously Ovechkin having another good year, 40-goal year would go a long way. So there you have it, folks. Calling it there. Thanks for this. Thanks for hanging out. And I got to get out of here. So have a good one. That's it for now. Whatever I say. Much love. Talk to you later. Bye-bye.